Riven Realms, they call it. What a fine poetic name for something as rotten and twisted as our land has become. It was not always so. Long ago, the old empire, the noblest and most enduring society created by humankind, spanned almost the entire continent of Zerine, the cradle of man. But after several millennia of progress and incomparable achievements, inevitably, the empire began to fall into stagnation and decadence. Desperately holding on to their privileges and resisting change while trying to avert the collapse of the realm, the emperor and his theocracy took to measures that were worthy of true despots in cruelty. Subjugating weaker realms, enslaving whole nations, strip mining foreign resources, oppressing imperial citizens, war on several fronts, genocide. Eventually, the gods could no longer tolerate such horrors wrought in their name. Foretold by an abundance of divine omens, they descended upon the empire to right its wrongs. Thus, in a chain of dreadful events that became known as the Calamity, they annihilated the empire in a matter of days. The gods then finally saw what they had done in their anger and confusion. It is said that so much grief and shame filled them that they were broken, and they left this reality, never to return. The continent and its inhabitants seemed dead, but at length survivors began to crawl out of their hiding holes and faced a land that no longer welcomed them. Arcane anomalies, the fallout of the Calamity, now riddled the continent, and people realized that they had to share their new home with changed and twisted creatures. Terrible beings entered through the cracks in the tapestry of reality and rose to rule over the natives. In time, these new powers rebuilt the fallen empire in their own image, and the Riven Realms, now godless and vengeful, reincarnated from the ashes. The inhabitants of the land, such as I, now eke out a living under the crushing rule of the new empire. The continent itself constantly resists our every attempt at building a cozy home for ourselves. As travel is dangerous, many ventures specialize in transferring cargo and passengers over bleak and deadly leagues of land. Others try to take everything of value from said travelers, or attempt to find buried treasures among the ruins of the old empire. The leaders of the endeavors are, some say, the bravest men and women of the Riven Realms. Such a leader is called a Vagrus.
A milkman of the desert. Alrighty. Let's continue. Wherever I left off, I don't actually remember. Somewhere. We are in Sadirar, that's where we are. Oh yeah, and we didn't do anything here yet. That's what we did. Nothing's worth buying here. We did all of this. The sacred mountain of Kor looms high above Sadirar, the village of the Overtribe, its peak engulfed in almost constant ash storms emerging from the Molten Kingdom to the west. But here, halfway up the mountain, the air is mild, warm, and only slightly tinged with sulfur. Most visitors are only allowed into the outer village, while the envoys and elders of the tribe live in a huge walled compound further up. Visit the steward's hut. Ask the stewards if you can see the shamans. Wait, what? What? What do you mean, not blessing of the winds? Or are you telling me I need to have the actual physical blessing on me for them to accept me? There's no way that's the case, right? It is. Wow. That means you have to go Utvarar, Vitrar, Kotrar, Eitrar, Sadirar. And that also relies on the Kotrar actually being home. Okay. That's kind of annoying. Especially since they gave me like a little thing. Like, it doesn't make sense to me, because they gave me a little thing. Every single one gave me a little thing that showed that I was accepted by them. But apparently I need to have all the blessings. Alright. Well. Let's go to Avernum then. Maybe stop by Utvarar back. No, I got to hunt. Yeah, if we have two, then... Are you shitting me? What does this mean? Well, whatever. Apparently that didn't do it. Sandworm. Defend the beasts. Alright. Easy. Didn't lose. How did I lose 2 horses? No, how? It didn't show anything on the screen or anything. Oh well. March the whole way. Gonna make us really fatigued but hey. Get some supplies. Now, is there anything that's worth buying here for Avernum? Bones. No. 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 Nothing. Nothing, 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 nothing. Not even bones. Out of the darkling skies, an ash cloud settles on the region your comitatus is pushing through. Your crew begins to choke and cough, holding pieces of cloth and scarves in front of their mouths and noses while trying desperately to calm the beasts as well as each other. You have to tell them that the ash is not cursed, although you cannot be sure yourself. Once the crew is past the initial shock, you order the crew to continue onwards despite how difficult it is to see. The crew holds it together, and the comitatus gets out of the ash cloud after a while. You lost a little time, but across such treacherous terrain, this seems to be a small price to pay. The tribesmen leave. Larnak, Larnak, Larnak. I mean, what is the plan now, then? We have some iron here. Or some metal. Pandemonium Arena. Oh, there's a guy here. The Pandemonium Arena awaits all adherents of the traditional Imperial... honestly, I'm kind of happy with my guys. I don't know if I even want to get any more party members. Enter this week's roster. Taking part in the gladiatorial fights of the Pandemonium Arena means that you sign up for 3 consecutive rounds of combat. Only by winning all 3 will you get the prize. What? What does that mean? You spend the next quarter of an hour in the preparation room, where you and your companions get ready for what comes next. Your fighters enter the arena to the cheering of Avernum's crowd. In the opposing corner, you spy 2 Mermillo gladiators in their signature helmets, each hauling a large scutum and a deadly gladius. This doesn't seem fair. Oh yeah, it was kind of what I expected. Oh. 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 Yep, just punch him in the head. All right. You have done it. Your companions are celebrated by the crowd as they stand victoriously on the bloodied sands of the arena. Once the cheers die down a bit, your combs walk out of the fighting pit and sit down to catch their breath. You have to get ready for the next round. Your fighters enter the arena to the cheering. It's the same. You spy a Murmillo gladiator in hauling a large scutum and a deadly gladius, as well as a lightly armored, agile Veles arena fighter. Okay. So she actually didn't take any damage, so she can go again. Vorax could go again, but I think it would be a bad idea. Or maybe we should go Vorax again. Nah. Harvick isn't that much better than she is, though, but... he has 0 armor. He needs to level up to get armor. But sure, we can try something like this. That's basically a loss, almost. Stop! Ouch. Is that a woman? Why is he moaning like a woman? Okay, you can perma stun lock him by knocking him back. Ready for the next round. In the opposing corner, you spy 2 Veles gladiators in their signature helmets, each carrying a deadly pilum and a shield. Okay, so that's the same... yeah. That's not so bad. We do this. Ren Kylon kind of blows, though, but... oh my god. Oh my fucking god. He's got 40% evasion, but I feel like he never ever evades. That's good. I'm dead. I think. He has to reload. It's gonna be close. I can kill him in one turn, but I think I won't. Actually, maybe if we use resourcefulness. 15% evasion, by the way. They evade every time. I have 20%, he evades never. And Kaelan has 40% evasion, doesn't evade. Thank you. Thank you. That was the last bout. The games are concluded, and you are crowned as the winner. The winner Lanista. Literally. They place a crown of olive leaves on your head and escort you out onto the sands of the arena, where the crowd celebrates your victory, while city officials salute you from the grandstand. Then the editor takes you back to the preparation room, where she hands you your winnings and a small token of gratitude from the Pandemonium Arena for delivering on good fights. Your work is done here for now. 10 brass and an ancient tablet. Okay. Steel armaments. Master crafted weapon. We got 2 iron stacks, a full bronze stack, and some copper. So let's see here. What I want to do now is I want to go to the Twin Towers. So, is there anything here that's actually worth selling there? Metal is not worth selling at the Twin Towers. Actually, iron is. I think. Iron is quite valuable at the Twin Towers. But yeah, it's actually really valuable at the Twin Towers. So is copper, and so is bronze. It's silver that's not worth anything there, because silver is useless. So, bright kelp, worth selling here. Chitin, not worth selling here. I'll sell this small stack. Whoops. The bright kelp was part of this. Alright. Whoops. So supply run for Ash. There's one for Arkan that gives 118. It's contraband. It's 9 slots. So if I take this, this is just, we just leg it to Arkan immediately. I mean, why not? I could do that. Should we do that? No, because I want to rest first. We rest first. Supplies there. That's a lot of obsidian blades. All right. Yeah, let's not forget this. You have brought the relic, and Nadir wants to break the curse. So you have found it at last, Incanus asks upon hearing out Nadir. Show it to me. The sorceress approaches him, kneels down, then offers up the necklace on her outstretched palms. The mage observes the artifact briefly. Place it on the altar, child, he says, indicating an obsidian slab at the wall. Nadir obeys. This kind of reverence is not something you would have expected of her. It seems that she is willing to do anything to break the curse. Incanus inspects the trinket, murmuring an enchantment and stroking his bearded chin before speaking. This artifact was created by a demon lord of great power in ages past. There is no way to know its name. A shame. It would give us power over it. These kinds of trinkets were meant to be given to that demon's exalted worshippers, so that they could penetrate the walls between the Riven and the Outer Realms, gaining demonic powers while doing so. Yes, Master, I know what a demonic conduit embedded into an artifact is, but Nadir is cut off by Incanus. The calamity confused and altered the cosmic borders drawn between the realms, he continues. Its enchantment thus twisted, this artifact began to draw the Lord's servants across the barrier between worlds, instead of serving as a safe conduit to the Archfiend. Taking the relic tethered as a warped link to your very soul, constantly drawing demons from the abyss to you without binding them. So they attacked, as it is their nature to do so. That explains a lot, Nadir nods. That is also why the Nosferatis sought the necklace. They hoped to find a direct way to the Demon Lord. Even summon him, perhaps the fools. You are right, Incanus confirms, and this twisted conduit will provide us with the means to sever the bond between our worlds and the abyss, removing the mark from your soul. We can break your curse, Nadir. The sorceress stays silent for a few moments, then shakes her bald head. No, she says firmly. I do not believe that will be enough. The mage is perplexed. What would be enough, then? I want him, Nadir replies, and the only way to achieve that is to bring the battle to that wretched demon's doorstep, even if we must descend into the abyss. You want to walk the Outer Realms and capture the Lord, Incanus says. It sounds more like a statement than a question. Nadir smiles arrogantly. But why, of course, she replies. That demon lord won't ever let me alone now that we were connected by a conduit, even if we break the bond of the artifact. Better to capture it before it finds a way to me again. That trinket could serve as a beacon to do so. Demon lords have a terrible will of their own, Incanus ponders. A strong will. Dealing with them only invites misery. They will always come out on top in the end. You might be right, Nadir shrugs, but those creatures from beyond have plagued me long enough. At this point, I either conquer them, or they conquer me. There is no middle ground. Besides, owning an item that has a demon lord's essence trapped inside it, well, I hope I don't have to state the obvious. I see that you cannot be deterred in Canis size. Let me prepare the gateway, then. It will take some time. Even I cannot open a realm portal on a whim. Oh, and lest I forget, if I manage to open the gate, and if you wish to step through it, you should do it in powerful company. The abyss is a most perilous place, even for a short trip. Nadir turns to you and gently touches your arm. I appreciate your commitment to me, Vagrus, she says. I promise it will be worthwhile in the end. I am not ready because I just finished a fucking gladiator tournament. So I'll have to do that later. Alright. So we want to go to Arkan. I think just going to Ash, follow the road, cut through here, down, cut through there would be fastest. If not, just going to Ash, Sunrock, and just cut through down to Arkan. That might be even faster. Probably is. Yeah. There. We don't want to fight the Imperial Army. Is there anything that's worth buying here? I don't think so, no. No, no, no. Procure goods to Devon. For $10. I mean, it's kind of still worth it. We'll have to smuggle it in, but I have like 100% chance to smuggle things, so it doesn't really matter that much. It's fine. It'll pay for the trip at the very least. I think these prices are high. Yeah. But it's still not... No. Let's see, we are in Sunrock. Sunrock does suck ass. But let's check. We're heading past Devon. Mushroom beer. No. There's nothing. Yeah. Eliminate near Ventulium. 490. It says that that's easy for me. 3 combat encounters. I think that's not a good choice. 312 or 54. Could be worth doing, maybe. This one is easier. This one is easier and yet gives more money. And it's on the way. I'm gonna take this one instead. But in order to do that one, we have to go by Devon anyway. Because we need a blessing. Oh. No, nothing here. What about ceruleum or linen there? Ceruleum in Devon sells for 25. That's 29. Linen in Devon, 5.7. Yeah, no. Mushrooms. No. No. It's nothing. There, we hand in this thing. It was just one, yeah. Mushroom bear, obsidian blades. 18 doesn't sell here. We can sell the dragon steel here, I think. But let's see. Let's see if these guys actually... Oh, yes. These guys buy dragon steel. Valuable treasure. %80 of local price. That sucks, dude. But sure. I don't think we're gonna get any better price for any of these things. Goodbye, dragon steel. And it takes up a slot. How am I a criminal? How am I a criminal? I haven't done a single thing that's criminal. How am I a criminal? And it doesn't say anywhere either. I don't know, I'm confused. I have 30 insight, holy shit, what the hell? I felt like there was something I wanted, but I really like arcane lore as well. But I also really want to level up my guys. Let's see if there's anyone who needs or can be leveled up. Nadir can be leveled all the way up to this. Wow. It costs a total of 22 insight though. It could be worth it to level, just power level her to Flame Toss 3. I think that would be worth it. I'm gonna save for 1 more XP. I don't really like her, but she's really, she's strong. Is this chitin worth honking around? Like, I don't think so. It's a loss to sell it, but I think it's a loss to keep it as well. It's gonna be a little expensive for a few days here, but it is what it is. I don't think we have a quest here, but let's... Right, I almost forgot. Almost forgot. We need a blessing. Blessing of Unbinding. Wait, I don't have enough herb lore? Really? Even with that? Herb lore 2. Herb lore 2. Yeah, I only have herb lore 4. Oh. I just unequip her, because... Though I don't think I would lose these. But I just didn't want to have it equipped on her in case she steals it when she fucks off. Because she will. Alright. Let's leave. The fight is right up there. Which is going to be tomorrow. Erratic winds. This, you can put this on auto-acquire, but it keeps setting itself to not auto-acquire. So, I don't know what the point is. You have found your targets and they are aware of your presence. The time is right for the attack. The undead shamble onwards. Alright. So here, the only thing that matters is doing damage. So what does do damage? Intercept does not. Wedge formation does not. Spearhead. Skirmish does not do damage. Where the fuck is flank? Vigor at least 4. Okay. Unfortunately, I can't do any of the ones that actually do damage. Reconnaissance. Can do reconnaissance. There's nothing to do but fight them. More fighting awaits you and your crew. The guys are exhausted. You can guarantee event and task. But that's the one. The undead shamble onward. This time we can flank them. Because flank does 20% bonus damage. Charge gives plus 30% damage, minus 50% defense. This is ass. But if we get more horses to the point where we have that, I think that'll do a lot of damage. Yes. Did I lose anyone? No. Alright. You have completed all your objectives. Okie doke. Yeah, okay, so... more and more and more. Just having an overwhelming force is just the play. Like, that's just how you play the game. Which is... it's a little counterintuitive in a way, because when you're playing a game, that's not really what you expect, right? Because you expect there to be like a game there. But so the fact that you're like always meant to be overwhelming is kind of weird. But it also just makes sense, to be honest. Devon, Lumen. There's only one for Lumen. Let's see. Torzag. Okay. 6 for Torzag. Alright, well, we didn't lose any soldiers, so I'm gonna fire some. That's 40. We need one more horse. Can fire some workers. Maybe. Oh, I can't do this one. Procure goods for House Venari. Torzag. And then we buy 4 stacks of marble. The question is, where is the marble good? Because right now we are in Arkan. Twin Towers. It's not like super good in Twin Towers, but what about Karnak? Nobody wants in Karnak. Or Zag. It is worth the most in Twin Towers, but it's not a lot of profit. It's not even 2 per stack. Onyx Outpost. What the hell is that? We can march there. Bandit camp? Destroy them. Enslave them. Charge, bitch. Get fucked. Blam. Ten, 14 fucking horses? Holy moly. The hell? But yeah, I didn't have any inventory space, so that was the only thing that I could do. Alright. Can sell some slaves. And we can sell some horses. Why didn't it say I got like 11 horses or something? I'm so confused. Or did they somehow steal 11 horses from me and I got them back? Because I don't have 11 extra horses. I'm super confused. Well, whatever. Well, apparently that's that. Now, what about bones? Bones are worthless, like, everywhere. Nobody cares about bones, bro. I'm just gonna sell the bones. Like, why do I even have the bones? Where do they even come from? I think it's just from killing undead. So... is there something that's actually, like, really worthwhile in Karnak or the Twin Towers that we can buy here? Not metal. Flavo. Pottery for Karnak. Hides. Spice. Not a whole lot of spice here, though. What about supply run? Supply run to the Twin Towers, 15. Oh, I need 4 slots for that. Marble is in demand here. Actually, we can get rid of that. Then we do a supply run for Twin Towers. And the supply run for Karnak. And then there's nothing really worth buying here. So let's just buy some more supplies. Look for a buyer for the Dragonstones. Didn't find shit. Bloodstone. Well, that seems like it's a good price. Some copper. 120%. Now we're at 100. Yep. It's a 10% profit to just buy and sell her some spices. Herbs. I actually can't fit it either way. Alright. We should just march immediately. Fuck it. Sometimes you just gotta whip your slaves. That's one supply run. Let's see. I think beer's the only thing you can buy here. Wine. Karnak. Kernak. Wine. No. No. There is a nothing. So we continue. Oh shit, they have tons of supplies here today. So, iron. You'll buy my iron. You'll buy my bronze. You'll buy my copper. Alright, great. Now we have money. And this isn't anywhere you buy anything. It's fine. We shouldn't take on any passengers at all. So, now we need to find where all these beasties are coming from. Which... which I feel is potentially from that place there. There. That, like, this is what makes the most sense, right? Protect them. Painted coterie. Charge. I can't charge. Why can't I charge? Damage received. I don't want more damage received. I just want to do more damage, but... let's just flank. Flank, I think flank is like the best thing you can ever do. Almost. Oops. We're now going to be turbo exhausted. Yeah, I think it's gonna be down in here. Explore the underground ruins of Tectum Kelvar. There it lies, the entrance to the great vault of Kelvar, brought to light by the recent spasms of the earth after being hidden away for long, long years in the shadowy depths. You gaze down from the edge of an immense crevice, spying buildings and colonnades of imperial architecture occupying the layers revealed by the earthquakes. Not too far below there is an arch, mostly intact and with only a small amount of debris blocking it. What lies beyond is largely shrouded by darkness, but if your eyes don't deceive you, a doorway leads into the rock face there. From where you stand From where you stand, a steep, winding slope descends almost directly to it, almost like a ramp built on purpose. It doesn't look like an easy climb, but it certainly could be scaled with some care. As you stand there, marveling at what magnificent feats of architecture the old empire was capable of, and pondering what long-forgotten secrets and treasures might lay inside, something catches your eye. Was that movement? You turn your head to focus and try to penetrate the shades below. No, you were wrong. Everything is perfectly still. Of course it is. Surely nothing could be alive down there. There, what was that? Did something move again, slinking away from the sunlight? This time you are quicker to focus and see, or believe to see, something. Tiny dots of light emerge from a split second, then are gone. You shake your head. Maybe it's just your eyes sparkling from staring into the darkness for too long. One of your guards walks up to you and says, "Scary place, huh? What shall it be, Vagrus?" "Good morning, Ajoho. How's it going?" Descend down the slope. I don't really know what we're doing here. Hopefully this is the right place. Renkailon lost loyalty. Oh yeah, he's scared. He's scared of the dark and scared of caverns and shit. Poor guy. The descent is treacherous. With your companions in tow, you begin to scale the natural ramp. About halfway through, the slope abruptly drops to a much deeper angle, and its surface becomes noticeably unstable after all. It was created by a landslide. Your party is almost there when it happens. One of your companions steps on a loose spot, slips and begins to slide downwards with increasing speed, arms waving frantically. Another instinctively reaches out, only to be swept away. The result is a small rock slide, engulfing the whole of the company. For a terrible moment you start to tumble down as well, but then find your balance at the last moment, while pieces of rock cascade down around you. After catching your breath, you continue your descent with double caution. As you make it down to the level of the arch, you take a good look at your surroundings. One thing is for sure, getting back to the top will be much easier as the debris you've just dislodged piled up to a nice mound leading back to the precipice. Turning around, you see the arch before you, and beyond that, the tunnel. It hides a tall door cut into the rock surface, its two heavy, reliefed wings shattered and agape. From the black rectangle that is the door, a chill and dry gush of air issues forth. Step through the door. You find yourself in a medium-sized entrance hall, half of it caved in, its floor covered in pieces of collapsed wall and ceiling. The intact surfaces are decorated with murals and mosaics, depicting prosperous cities and wheat fields under blue skies, fragments of how the world must have looked like before the calamity. Originally, several exits lead from this hall to the rest of the complex, but now all of them are blocked by debris, except for one to the left beyond, which you can make out beyond which you can make out a dark corridor. As you approach it, there is a sudden noise, a quick series of slapping sounds, growing fainter by the second, as if someone or something was running away barefoot. Before you have time to react, something bursts from the darkness, a vaguely humanoid but horribly misshapen figure, with disproportionately long claws, glowing eyes, and yellow teeth sharp as knives. Without a moment of hesitation, the creature throws itself at you, followed by another. We found them. This is the guys we were looking for. The ghouls. I think they're both dead. They did. With a hateful, defiant scream, the creature goes down. Examining it, you still can't tell what exactly it was. You aren't even sure if it was truly alive to begin with. Continue through the corridor from where it came. After just a few steps, the corridor slopes downwards. The source of discord. Yeah. So we did figure this out. After just a few steps, the corridor slopes downwards, leading deeper into the bowels of the earth. Set in the walls at about eye level are small alcoves, all of them empty except for pieces of shattered earthenware. A bit further away, the corridor ends, and you can see a narrow stairway with spiral steps leading into the depths. As you approach it, the doorway is suddenly not empty anymore. 3 disfigured shapes emerge from beyond, stop for a moment, look at you, then start to run towards you with erratic, grotesque leaps. More monsters. Stop attacking Renkylon! Why do they always hate Renkylon? %40 evasion, by the way. 40%. He gets hit constantly. He has 77% accuracy. 83% accuracy on his best attack. So he should have a 40% chance to hit Renkylon. But it feels like you just take every single hit always, and enemies always evade. But that's just how it is. That's just confirmation bias or whatever. These guys also have 40% chance to evade. Get vomited on. Holy moly. I wonder if I've leveled up, but I don't think I can't level up down here. He's down. Fuck. That's the thing, like your frontliners usually don't last for very long. Because they have 0 armor. And they have like a 10% block chance, so. And they don't have more HP than their backliners, really. They have like 2 more HP, maybe. The fight is over and the creatures lie dead. Just what kind of abominations were they? A few paces away, something catches your eye amidst a pile of rubble. There is a faint but clear whiteness under the pebbles. Stooping down, you clear away the rubble and find an exquisite statuette carved of marble, an art piece from before the calamity. Not a bad find, so the rumors of Tectum Kelvar's buried treasure might be true after all. The way to the stairs is now open. Descend down the stairs. The stairs wind down for quite a long time, maybe for a minute or even 2. Suddenly you hear an ominous sound, a kind of a throaty snarl. Through a gap in the stairway's wall, you spot several small dots of light, eyes gleaming in the darkness, and then hear a feral hiss. Creatures with long limbs and snarling faces are upon you in an instant, jumping out of the gap. I don't think we're actually gonna be able to do this. I'm probably gonna die and have to redo this. This is too hard. If we're lucky, I might be able to survive this. But just. Hello, Metallic Chair. What are you up to on this fine Sunday? Hey, both missed. Maybe we do a gas bomb? That might be a good option. Oh, an evasion? Holy shit. Oh, no, he's dead. Never mind. Never mind. Drinking enough coffee to rip-start my heart before church. Fair enough. Fair enough. He's gone. He's gone. Happy Easter, you too, dude. I want to be able to place this one. Power 5. I'm gonna have to... Let's do this one. It doesn't really make that much of a difference either way. Holy moly! How many times are they attacking? Jesus Christ. This guy is dead. But he'll get to attack again if I don't kill him, but that's just how it's gonna have to be. I'm gonna move back. Well, maybe I just attack. Maybe that is just smarter. She can take a few hits. Evade. I'm gonna have to retreat after this. All my guys are fucked up. So it really depends on if the game lets me just go in and like finish this area. But if it asks me, I'm gonna have to retreat. Because I don't have any more guys. You are victorious, but shiver at the thought of how many more of these horrors might lurk in the shadows of this forsaken place. Descending the stairs, you find a small antechamber leading into a larger room, the entrance of which is half obstructed by pieces of the collapsed ceiling, so you end up clambering under it on all fours to get inside. Unfortunately, one of you accidentally brushes the unstable walls, and with a grinding sound, pieces of loose brick, each about fist-sized, start to fall down on you and your companions. Try to jump aside. You all manage to jump to safety, the bricks pelting down behind you. Luckily, the rubble doesn't obstruct the way back. You stand in a chamber supported by 4 pillars, amidst of which a block of marble stands. It is it is instantly recognizable from its reliefs and shape as an altar. Stone benches line the walls, and on the floor you spot 2 iron-wrought braziers toppled over. A single door opens from this room, opposite the antechamber from where you entered. I have to go. It's a long, wearisome ascent back to the top, forever looking over your shoulder, climbing higher and higher. Eventually you reach the precipice you had looked down from, panting and sweating profusely. Alright. We found 1 marble statue, and we did update the quest here. So we'll have to go and finish this. Record the dreams caused by the phenomenon using the dream crystals they gave you. I don't really understand this one. Because I've been here for such a long time now, but I haven't had any dreams. So, where the fuck are the dreams? I'm not sure. Little mushrooms. I want to go down here. Karkpolis. Aruvumis. I still haven't been to like 70% of the map. So let's see. Ren Kylon. I could level up Ren Kylon. We didn't get more XP. That's what I've been saying ever since people started asking me in middle school what my dreams in life were. What? I'm not sure what that was in reference to, because YouTube delay is so big. He's wounded for 9 days, damn. Hurt, okay. Resentful. Loyal, neutral, loyal, congenial, resentful. Oh. They did say that it wasn't necessary to get the recording, so we'll just not do that. What dreams were the dreams? So fair enough. Damn, that's rough. I don't know why, but the map is like bugged down here. It'll show you some random yellow thingies like this. It's like the lines where you have traveled don't properly update or something. You don't get paid double for not marching, broskies. But you do get paid double for marching. Nothing here is worth buying, but maybe there's a quest. No. Rescue near Kernak. Freed hostages. Faction opponent, abolitionists. Yeah, let's take that. Alright, have a good day, Metallic Chair. These defend ones are kind of ass. Then you have to stay and wait. It's not actually worth that much. Defend for House Okwo. Eliminate. Near Vigilus Tower. Let's go do this one. For House Venari. But I do want this. This is +1 authority. No. We have Aristocrat's Authority. This is a buffed version that gives +1 Intimidation, Persuasion, and Con. Yeah. Alright, sure. I already marched this day, so we can keep marching. We could go and do this while we're here. As well, I suppose. Have 11 days worth of food. Let's save. And then let's go do that. We are now in the middle of the swamp. It could be annoying to do this, though. It depends. But I think it's probably there. Let's be in good spirits when we march in. Grufta Hunting Swarm. Okay. They're probably hunting my beasts, so let's ward the beasts. Concentrated defense. And just kill. Note that the horses don't exist here. I didn't lose any horses this time. Alright. Oh my god. Sneeze. Let's spend the full day here just scouting and guarantee an event. Which one is the event? I mean, did I just not go? Did I miss that one? What is this? You travel through the headland of Sepis Mountains, not far from where the rapid-flowing river Cadamus rushes down from between the peaks above. This is the place where the swamps of Hurgad Tool and the foothills meet, melting into each other. The ground is more solid and steep, with mounds of varying heights jutting out from the landscape here and there, although still speckled with areas of mire and swamp. Search for the necromancer's lair. You have no real plan, for in this wilderness one spot is as good as another to begin your search. It seems, though, that you are in luck, as suddenly one of your scouts calls out to you. Vagrus, look here! There, half hidden underneath a leafless bramble, lies a curious item. A bunch of bones, small and large, knotted together with strands of reed into an eerily strange, asymmetrical shape. This must be one of those bone effigies the Justiciar told you about. You are close. After some further search, a trail reveals itself. You find prints of humanoid feet, some of them naked, and some skeletal. As you progress, you chance upon even more telling and worrying signs. Tiny bits of rotting flesh, drops of congealed blood, pieces of shattered bone. Also, there are more effigies, and they are not even hard to spot. Infrequent at first, they grow more prevalent as you delve deeper into the swamp, lying on the ground in puddles, hanging from bushes and trees. It seems almost like this necromancer wants to be found. An hour or so passed when you arrive at a grey, desolate glade at the foot of a hill. There is a pond in its center. Its surface is sickly yellow and covered by decaying vegetation. Small whiffs of mist hover over it, carrying a sweetly foul stench. At the foot of the hill, a few pale dead trees stand. One of them is much thicker and taller than others, which surround it like whispers gathered around an idol. Dozens of those strange bone sculptures dangle from its branches. Its enormous roots partly stick out from the mound's surface, hanging down akin to a curtain. Between them, you spot a dark opening, possibly the entrance of a cave. There is not a sound to be heard, except for the breathing of your crew and the occasional snorting of your animals. "Should we go inside?" asks one of your scouts standing by the pond's edge, pointing at the gap between the roots. You don't have time to reply. There's a huge splash and a dry, raspy growl can be heard as a dark shape bursts out from under the pond's surface amidst a whirl of rotting leaves and reed. Grabbing the scout from behind, the man screams but instinctively draws a bone dagger and stabs backward with it. The impact is wet and squelchy. The creature staggers back, hissing, while the scout falls on his knees and scutters away on all fours. Suddenly, the sounds of eruption and unnatural growls fill the glade, as all around you similar shapes burst from the water and the muddy ground. Gaunt, hungry, lifeless horrors. Slowly they begin to encircle you, while your fighters draw their weapons and assume defensive formation. The dripping, staggering undead creep closer. Little teeny tiny ambush. Oh. I'm gonna bushwhack him. The last of the fiends collapses back into the mire. Good. You turn your gaze towards the gap between the monstrous tree's roots, and have a pretty good idea what or precisely who you'll find inside. You wordlessly point at some of your companions to follow you, then approach the burrow's entrance. 4? I can only have 4. I think that's good. You have to duck, almost crawl, to force yourself through the gap, but after taking a few steps you find that the inside is surprisingly spacious. Across the antechamber is a narrow corridor, its walls of damp earth entwined with roots. A bit further down, near the heart of the hill, you can see an opening leading into a larger natural chamber. A small fire glimmers inside, and by its light a thin, tall, hunched figure sits with its back to you, murmuring some kind of a strange incantation. The rest of the cave is concealed from you at this angle. If this is the necromancer you seek, and who else would it be, you have no illusions that he knows of your coming after you have disposed of his minions outside. But maybe he doesn't yet know that you have made it inside, which might give you a chance to catch him unawares. Approach the chamber carefully. Success! I'm surprised I was that bad at skulking with both of these guys in the party, and I think I have some myself, but maybe not. You give the signal and your companions begin to stealthily approach the main chamber. You're absolutely sure that you and Dave made no sound whatsoever, so you are quite shocked as a mere moment before you reach him. The figure by the fire jumps to its feet, spins around and retreats to the back of the chamber, quick as a snake. It is a surprisingly young man with wild eyes, dressed in tatters of what must have been a robe once. His face smeared with some dark substance, maybe blood. He begins to scream at you instantly, his voice high-pitched and shrill. No, 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 no! You won't take me! You dare not! I know it. I know it all. Munda Telane knows. What you do, what you hide, your secrets are with me. Your hideous, hideous secrets. From the darker side of the chamber, two eerie shapes shamble into the light. A walking dead, and a huge monstrosity assembled from bones. Doke. Oh, we died just instantly. Alright. Hey, now, you can't just do that. You can't just summon guys. What the fuck? I'm gonna taunt him. Get over here. No, he didn't come. Taunt him again. Come here, bitch. There we go. So, yeah. I can AoE him here. Oh, he died. I like that they don't have any fucking animation when they die. It's funny. It's really bad, but it's funny. Robin would make a good voice actor. Aw, I don't know about that. Swedish accent is hard to overcome. Ah, the truth, the loathsome truth. The necromancer shrieks, throwing his hands in the air. Then he enters the realm he drew his macabre powers from. Only now do you have time to examine your surroundings, but there is not much to see. This man lived like an animal. No, even worse, for in the darker places of the cave you spot several corpses in various states of decay. Some of them are mutilated, some disassembled, and then reassembled, others half-eaten. There is no furniture, no tools, nothing that would suggest this was a civilized man, except for a burlap sack that you loot for its strange contents. You look down at the corpse of the necromancer. He was clearly a madman, but what was he going on about? Secrets and truth and whatnot. He must have had some reason to kill his colleagues, escape and live like he did in this muddy pit. Try to recall the necromancer's words and make some sense of them. As you think about it, you remember a name from his ramblings, Munda Telane. At that moment, you instinctively assumed he was referring to himself, but suddenly you remember that you heard that name before. Munda Telane is a semi-influential political figure in Devon, affiliated with the church. You don't really know what to make of it, but it is certainly interesting, and maybe worth looking into sometime later. Oh. Hogweed, oddbone carving, spectral residue. What is this? Why is there like a thing there? Can't go up there? No, it's 4. What is that? We can do that, right? The accursed wind picks up and soon becomes a real problem. Not only does it turn into a horrid, powerful windstorm very soon, but it also carries with it the whispering, moaning voices that soon start to affect every member of your crew. Headaches, loss of focus, even some kind of paralysis and extreme bewilderment. Under the influence of the otherworldly noise, your combs start to wander off, either because of trying to escape the voices or because they are hypnotized by them. You manage to gather all your mental presence and shake some of your combs out of this miserable torpor. Those then make the rounds and help others overcome the wind's unnatural power. But that was it? Oh, it was just a shitty... It was just a shitty scout. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. We're done then, so we need to go to Kernak, buy some supplies. Because we are low on supplies now. Let's march. Something like that. They probably don't have any. But we can drink at the watering hole for 50. Which isn't very good, but yeah, 152, nothing. I'll be right back. Ooh. Ooh. Oh. Do we start collecting scrap metal again? I think scrap metal is like the best thing in the game. So far, at least. At least in the original, like, area. This place here. Doing a scrap metal run, and then selling the iron, either here or in crystal or whatever, seems to be like the best thing you can do early. But you do have to go like all around the place to find it. Bogweed, just... I would love to sell bogweed somewhere, but it's just like not a thing. It's just not real. Velarius says it sells for 18 in Velarius, 18 in Kotrar, 21 in Atrar, 27 in Bountiful Glade 2 years ago. I don't even know where that is. But if it does sell for 21 in Atrar, that's a profit of 4, which isn't even that good. And you have to go to the other side of the world to do it. It's not worth it. This is not a good price. And we only have food for 4 days, so we can't actually go and do these missions. We have to just go back to Torzag, then go out and do them. Yeah. I don't have food. One supply. Look for buyer for the dragon stones. Nope, still nothing. Jesus Christ. But yes, we do have the temple district authorities. Report your findings on the threat over the singing winds. Scribe slaves take you to a magistrate of laws upon hearing what you have to report. Something in their demeanor tells you that they have been expecting a count such as yours. After listening to your story, the magistrate himself becomes agitated and tells you to stay a while, as someone high-ranking wishes to listen to what you have to say. In half an hour, you are taken for an audience with the High Executor Torimis himself. You cross over to the Cathedral of Sergorod with an entourage of officials and enter through a side gate, ascend sets of stairs, and arrive at an office guarded by executors clad head to toe in black iron armor. To the magistrate's astonishment, he and his assistants are ordered to stay outside. You are ushered in and enter. Damn, some guys. The office is a spacious room with Spartan furnishings and almost no decorations. A personal shrine dedicated to the Raging One is at the far end, and an arch on your left leads out to a balcony overlooking the district. Standing there is a giant of a man in dark, spiky armor and a shaven head, the grim High Executor himself. His piercing gaze observes you, and you can't help but shudder. Have no fear, Vagrus, the Executor scrutinizes everyone so. No, have no fear, Vagrus. The Executor scrutinizes everyone so, though admittedly some more than others. A lean man in dark leathers and obsidian-colored features and silver hair tells you, grinning. He is surely a dark elf and sits at a large, sturdy table accompanied by an elderly man wearing a grey tunic and holding a walking cane, as well as a tall fellow in crimson hooded robes, sporting a grey goatee. A shapely red-headed young woman in black Sorgorodite breastplate is standing at attention near the fireplace. Your jabs at that old investigation at every possible opportunity never cease to amaze me, Fellarine, the hooded man says with bile. I was merely referring to how my people tend to be overlooked when praises are handed out, but somehow become the focus of attention when scrutiny is involved. But perhaps you and your demon-summoning colleagues know all about it, eh, Sabathor? The dark elf says, and the old man with the cane rolls his eyes. Oh my god. But perhaps you and your demon-summoning colleagues know all about it, eh, Sabathor? The dark elf says, and the old man with the cane rolls his eyes, is about to say something, but the bickering is cut short as Torimi starts to speak. Some sentences in this game are not easy to read, holy shit. Let us not waste the Vagrus' time, the High Executor rasps as he indicates a chair you can sit on. They tell me you have information for us about the madness over the Singing Winds. We are listening. Everyone else falls silent as you sit down and start. They listen to your story attentively. Tell them everything and hand over the dream crystals. After the full report, the office is enveloped in silence until the hooded man eventually speaks. This confirms much of what we theorized. That's so. Then there was no point in the extensive work my agents did, the dark elf sneers, but the High Executor raises a metal-gloved hand to silence everyone, and turns to you. You have done a great service to the Empire, Vagrus. You deserve to be commended, and rewarded. Tell him that Captain Mvuru was instrumental in your success. Yeah, I'm gonna remain silent. As it should be, the old man with the cane says. You thank them and ask what this is all about. The company in the room exchange glances, and then Torimi's motions to them permissively. Apart from what you already know, the dark elf tells you. We understand now that whatever started all of this was something or someone entering the accursed ruins of Caravan. This trespass caused the earthquake, and the mental scream that still echoes, sending the nightmares as well as corrupting the winds. Mostly over the Singing Winds, but also around the other northern territories. With the additional knowledge of the eerie dreams people have reported or recorded, it seems that a great sense of loss accompanies the psychic barrage, which is surely the product of an immensely powerful thaumaturgical entity. The hooded man called Sabathor confides and holds a dramatic pause before going on. Only one such entity can be linked to Caravan on the Singing Winds, where the phenomenon originates from. Orwen, the cursed witch elven queen of that forsaken place. She used to be a sorcerer of considerable power before she and her city succumbed to the calamity. It is now almost certain that her soul is still bound to Caravan, and was somehow disturbed. Damaged even. This triggered the incident, which abated some, but is still at large, and there is no indication it will stop on its own. Additionally, the quakes upturned the damnable Tectum Kelvar, which spewed out its blackened guts to the surface in the form of these ghoulish creatures. Like someone kicking a death spike wasp nest, the dark elf called Fellerine Muses. And whoever kicked it may know more, Sabathor adds. This is conjecture, the High Executor frowns. Until we know more, we need to deal with the symptoms. As for you, Vagrus, there is no point in taking more of your time. Your service is appreciated. Farewell. You can sense there is no point in arguing. The Executor at the door hand you a pouch with your reward. We got 18 brass, 9 insight, 9 XP, meaning 1 renown, which is reputation basically, which is actually a lot. I only had 4. Talisman of Divine Rage, I think I had one of those. 80 rep with Church of Surgorod. You take your leave of the strange company. Alright. Try to find out more. No. Well. Have the Church of Surgorod put in a good word for you. Pay with coins. Apparently, I don't know what I did. I don't know why they hate me. Well, either way. That is that. Report that you have ended the threat of the insane necromancer. You and the Justiciar Maximus relocate to the back room, where you deliver a thorough report of the runaway necromancer's demise, presenting the madman's head as proof of the dead. As expected from true professionals, we commend you, Vagrus. Know that such filth has to be dealt with sometimes, and the Empire will not forget your dedication to its needs. She presents you with a small silver casket filled with coins. You're also sure this whole matter will put you in favor of the church. Inform the priestess about the ravings of the late necromancer before taking your reward. The priestess frowns upon the mention of the politician's name. She cuts you short. No use trying to wrap your head around this, Vagrus. Simply put, it is not your problem, and you would do well to forget the whole matter. It would be foolish to talk of this discreet matter to anyone, and that includes the followers of Ashkul and the person in question too. Am I crystal clear? The air becomes cold in the room. You nod before accepting the casket. Death Incarnate. Finished. Okay. The Source of the Discord. Finished. Okay. A rogue tribe of savages. Present outlaw trophies. A vicious beast prowls the Emperor's Road to the north. I mean, I guess I might as well take these. Doesn't hurt to just have them, I suppose. A rogue tribe of savages plagues the reaches to the far west. Somewhere north of the Drusian quarry is a stretch of no man's land that saw the arrival of a migrating tribe of Sadirar. Savages who are supposed to live in their beloved scorching desert to the far west Vagrus, yet these particular primitives were more than keen on taking what does not belong to them. As of yet, several patrols and wandering merchants such as you have fallen prey to them, and we are told that the matter is escalating quickly. Go to the Drusian quarry and talk to the overseer there. They belong to House Okwo, who are strong supporters of Empire and Church. We are sure they will point you in the right direction. Get rid of these renegade savages, and a reward of 20 silver pieces shall be yours. Take the bounty. Outlaws are hiding in the wasteland to the west. Vile murderers and ruffians. They are weak of heart and weak of soul, so they prey upon the righteous and true. Escaped slaves, of course, all of them. The pretty features of the priestess gradually twist into a mask of rage as she speaks. You are afraid that she will faint. In the end, she composes herself, though she is still seething. Go to the Vigilus Tower in the west, where the road divides and meanders towards... meanders, that's how you say it. Meanders, right? divides and meanders towards the quarries. The garrison there will guide you to the damnable rabble. If they give you a hard time, remind them that the church does not like sending bounty hunters to do their job. For this cleansing, you will be paid 20 silver pieces. A vicious beast prowls near the Emperor's Road to the north. This seems like a simple one. A large lizard is on the loose and occasionally eats people near the Emperor's Road to the north of our grand city. But to the observant eye, the giant reptile might be more than it appears. Perhaps the agent of a treacherous ally sent to wreak havoc and sow chaos. If you wish to collect this bounty, travel north along the road and seek your mark between the crossroads and Orkscar. Payment will be 12 bros. That's not even worth the travel. The creature should prowl near the Emperor's Road. Tread with care, Vagrus. This beast is as much on the hunt as you will be. Alright. Take a walk in the gardens. Yeah. I need to find... We need to get silver and... What else was it? It was silver and ivory. The golden theory. 4 silver, 40 ivory. Can't be much more left on this quest. And for the silver, that's gonna have to be... We're gonna have to go over to Mines of Plenty, I imagine. But for now, we should... finish this. Where was the quest to Fort Larius? A bunch of obsidian. There was someone who wanted me to go and check out the fort. But who was that? Maybe that's not like a thing anymore. Just as you're about to leave the Undercity and enter into the market district, going through a dark alley, 3 nasty-looking hold-up men step out from the shadows. 2 in front of you, 1 behind. Looks like someone took a wrong turn and ended up going through Tax Alley. The one behind you says, "Let's not make a fuss. Just give us a copper." By the looks of you, it won't matter much. Consider it as your contribution to the order in these parts. These men clearly work for the Collegium of Torzag's shelter. You could off them fairly easily, but it may bring far-reaching consequences with the criminal underworld here. Try to make them reconsider. Yep, fuck you. Your subtle threats and general decisiveness make the thugs less cocky. Fair enough, but don't think this is the last you've heard of us. Such threats are nothing to worry about. You leave after they do. Because I don't think it was Braxius, right? No. Maybe that was just like a one-time thing where you could accept or decline. Because I don't think there's anything more here. I don't want to take any quests right now, actually. We just want to head down here. You have found your targets and they are aware of your presence. The time is right for the attack. The mercenaries are eager to fight. Oh, they're actually kind of big. Enslave them? No, let's just kill them. We're too tired to flank. I'm gonna insult them. They're fleeing. Intercept. I don't think it... I don't know. I don't know if there's a difference between chase and flee. Conscript. No. Execute their ass. Did I get 8 horses? I don't believe I got 8 horses. Did I actually get 8 horses? Yeah, we did get 8 horses this time. Okay. Huge Jakra horde. Oh, is this... Is this food? Concentrated defense is the right thing to do against beasts. Otherwise they eat your horses, which they probably will anyway. We're gonna ask AI. In the video game Vagrus, what is in crew combat, what is the difference between an action that yields +10 chase and one that yields -20 flee for the enemy? For you, chase and flee are opposing crew combat attributes that primarily come into play during the disengagement phase of a fight, when one side tries to retreat or escape. Chase measures how effectively a side can pursue and hunt down a retreating or fleeing enemy. Higher chance increases the chance of catching up, inflicting extra damage, or preventing a clean escape. Flee measures how effectively a side can disengage and run away. These stats interact directly in a contested manner. Your chase counters the enemy's flee and vice versa. Unless it's wrong, I don't think there's like actually any difference. Which is a little weird. Yeah, okay. So minus to flee should be the same as +10 chase. Like, yeah, this is +10 chase, which gives me a bonus. While this is -30 flee. At least, yeah. Because I don't have... I mean, I think I have flee, but you can't see it. So I assume this is for the enemy. Because I don't have grit either. Right, so... So now I lost 7 horses? What the fuck? No, I didn't. I'm so confused. Why does it show 7 horses as a loss when I didn't lose 7 horses? Or I didn't have 14 extra horses? No, I didn't. I don't understand. Very confused. Found them. Kill. Charge is a bad option here. Blank. Intercept. Execute. Gained by your comitatus 10 horses. I didn't gain 10 horses. It's bugged. It's actually bugged. Holy shit, this is so annoying. horse rewards are extremely bugged. If I fight fight humans, like mercenaries or something in a bounty or otherwise, if if there are horse rewards, they are extremely wonky and weird. I usually have a small amount of outriders, and when I engage in combat, I then increase the amount of outriders during the crew combat. Then I typically then if I, for example, then this time I executed the enemies after I had one, and it said that I gained 10 horses. But I actually but when I checked my horse count, I had only actually gained 3 from my previous 7, which results in a 10. There are also tons of other odd scenarios with the horses when you are fighting Jakra or other beasts like sandworms, where it will just randomly say that you lose tons of horses even if you don't. It's like there's some bug regarding shifting horses over to outriders or something, but it doesn't seem that simple either. The game is a little too buggy. It is. It is clear by morning that Elani has gotten fed up with your arrangement, because the crew informs you that she has left before dawn, packing only some supplies and her belongings. Apparently she has finally come to a decision to leave the Comitatus, because she no longer agreed with your decisions and she craved loneliness. She has been known to warn you that this is coming too. All of this is conveyed by your combs, who had a brief talk with the Beastmaster just before she left. Yeah. Giga expected. Whatever. Tarathian's Fall is quite similar to the other great spire forests. The thousands of pointed stone pillars of varying sizes, carved by some arcane winds of yore, offer great protection and uncounted hiding places for people who want to avoid harassment by imperial authorities. Comitati find many convoluted paths among the bottoms of the pillars. The real challenge is to choose a way towards your goal, or to find the same place once again. Get the scouts out and find the route forward. You feel like traveling in circles. Navigation, Scoutmaster, I'm kinda low on all this. Bale! The maze of gullies and canyons confuse your scouts. The Comitatus wanders and probes its way through the labyrinth, but not without losing valuable time. It takes a lot of time to get your bearings. -6 movement? Jesus. Well, I guess we're sleeping here then. I don't know why it's so hard to hunt. It feels like it's crazy hard. You never get anything. I mean, I get that the land is demolished and everything, but I feel like you don't ever manage to hunt anything. Four days. I have to go back to Torzag's shelter instead. Just not gonna work otherwise. It's not enough food to go but there and back. Eliminate for House Venari, near Vigilus Tower. That was the one we just did. Alright, 60 bucks. Oh, I don't have this one? Yeah, I think at some point I lost rep with the church. Now we got it back. A buyer for Dragonstones. Huh? Gotta wait more. Oh, we can't just do it. Oh, it's. I thought it was like every day, but I guess it's now and then you can do it. Alright. Makes sense. Makes sense. Let us level up Nadir. Giga level. Level 6. Flame Toss. And then what? Conduit. If I give her Conduit, then she can equip something else. Oh, actually, Arcane Leech is much better. Each damage dealing attack steals 1 power. Okay. Level up Arcane Lore. Tenacious. Block and evade. +3 accuracy. Magic Sense 3. Savvy 4. Magic Sense 3. Brilliant. And then this one, I don't have enough proficiency. Oh man. Three accuracy or infinite power. Wait. Oh, she should... No. Wait, why can't she take that? I'm gonna confirm. Okay, so now she can take that. But we still can't take both, because everything goes up in cost by 1 when you take something. We still have to choose 3 accuracy, infinite power. I actually think accuracy is better. Because she already has quite a lot of power, and I do have like a regen item on her, so it's mostly fine. Ren Kylon could be leveled up, but he has life leech here, but he doesn't have, like, he can't get life leech yet. If he had one more, like if we could get life leech here, I think he could be good, but he just doesn't have enough. He doesn't have enough health, and he doesn't have any armor. Like, we could give him more evade, but it's not, it's like 4% max total. Prowess 6. We can't get him up to that either way. Rifta can level up. But it would be like Harvick. But I haven't been able to find the rest of his, like... We need to get him to this. But he still has like some guy that he needs to kill that we haven't found. So until we can get that, he's ass. Because he needs this. No, not that. This one. +1 armor, +5 block. This is huge. Die Hard is good as well. +4 accuracy. Because I need the frontliners to be able to tank decently. Can't get both levels here. We can get this if I level him up. That's 3 accuracy. Let's get that. And then Dexterous 3 and Perceptive 4. Yeah, something like that. Borax still can't do anything. Do I want more resourcefulness? It's extremely expensive. And I would need 2 levels of resourcefulness for that to do anything. Because I think everything costs... No, well, it would be okay in combat, because in combat some stuff costs like 3. Otherwise, everything in dialogue costs 2 resourcefulness every time. But maybe we should get something else here. You can use resourcefulness to bring companions from a downed state in companion combat. That, or we could get something else here. Navigation, history, healer. You can use resourcefulness to re-roll available contracts. I think that one could be good. Let's get that one. Can be done every 7 days. Yeah, because that could be good. Right now, we have a quest here. So if we do that... Does it make sense to go there, Crimson Gate? But I don't have enough reputation with these guys to really go there. What if we reset? Oh yeah, you can do this. Procure goods for Crimson Gate and Salem. Salem kinda sucks, but... Sure. Ah, fuck, we could only take 1. Damn. Torzag. The Crimson Gate. Mines of Plenty. And it's called Salem. Wine for Salem is 2 each. It's just not worth anything. Ceruleus works in Salem. The price isn't particularly good here. 29 it sells for. It sells for maybe. They have 15 there. Can't buy that. What about marble? No. Sells for 5 at Salem. No. I feel like the trading has kind of like dried up somehow. Ivory. 7-4, 7-2, 6-2. It's not very good, but it's something, I suppose. And then it was regular wine for Salem. Wait, hold on. I was looking at the wrong one. Yes, I was looking at the wrong one. Bone sells in Salem. Yeah, no, it's all fucked. Maybe buying wine is worth it. A little bit. One stack. But I would say that's it. And obsidian as well. Isn't very good. Sells for like 1 at Mines of Plenty and Salem, assuming that the price is still the same. Oh, Despes, am I king? No. No. I am the struggler. We are struggling. We can sell 10 horses here. that. All right. We go down here to that. Rescue. Shit, wait, what does this quest want me to do? Why did they hit kings but had emperors? I mean, the emperor is more badass. Of course. Yeah, we'd have to go through here. Of course. Kings are given by birth, I guess. Well, so it's an emperor. You know, it's the same. If the emperor is like elected or something, then I don't know if it's an emperor anymore. A lot of them were given the title as adults. Well, maybe if they took the title. We fight. Freelance Comitatus. Alright. 10 slaves. No, I'm gonna kill him. Because I want to travel. No, I don't. You don't want to arm the slaves. That's not a good idea. Never arm the slaves. Don't do that. They remember when you whipped them. Yes. Kill them. 10 slaves. No. We execute them. I can't have slaves. Right now. See, I gained 25 horses. It says I gained 25 horses. And 2 beasts of burden. Did we actually do that this time? No, I gained 5 horses. No, I gained 15 horses. Yeah, see, it has to do with just like the change. Yeah, okay, I get what the bug is. It happens when you gain a horse. So basically what happens is that when the fight starts, it like saves a variable that says that we have like this many horses, right? And when it says a horse or a mount, it's the amount of mounts that aren't used by outriders, right? So I had like, I don't know how many. I must have had like 10 outriders. And then I increased it by 15. So then we ended up with 15 horses. And then when we won, I gained 10 horses. But it was like checking it against the original value. But because we had changed these values around, it like adds those 10 horses on top of my current amount of horses or some bullshit. And then it's like, yeah, you gained 25 horses, even though, or like, it's something like that. But yeah, we did gain 10 horses. Not 25 horses. A runaway groom. Bring them to Devon. Oh. Well, we have 66 days to finish this, so it's fine. Let's throw away one mushroom. Okay, so now we need to take them to Devon. After we go Crimson Gate, Mines of Plenty, Salem. So we go like this, blah, 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 blah. Then we go over here. There's a temple or something here. It says, or maybe not. The Valley of Sleepers. I just feel like it says temple something every time you get close there, but I guess it's the, I'm seeing like this. The. Why did it say one medical supply is used when I didn't heal anything? Maybe they just failed to heal. Yeah, they just failed to heal. Yeah, she did take some damage, so. You come upon a rather large patch of dark vegetation consisting of small plants in the middle of the wasteland. They appear to be cacti of some sort. Search for signs of water source in the area. Oh, use your dowsing rod. Do you want to dig deeper? I haven't tried that before. I don't have mining equipment. You are in luck. The careful excavation process of the sinkhole reveals an underground water reservoir. You order your companions to fill as many skins and hoses as they can, then give the word to proceed. Plus 200 supplies. Nice. We're just gonna go straight there. Oh yeah, I need to unmount my guys. We only want to have like 6. The horses eat less when you don't mount them. March. Now I could slaughter the horses, but because it gives a little bit of food, but it's like it's so inefficient. It would be better to be able to sell them. But there's so little food available over here that it might not be, like, actually that good either. This is for Salem. Distribute to Salem. No. Passengers to Crystal Mirage. So this is linen. This is obsidian blade. So these two are no. Wine does not sell here. Ivory does not sell here. Obsidian does sell here. actually quite well. Okay, so now we are in the Crimson Gate. What's worth... Timber for Devon. Bronze. Copper. Not iron. But bronze and copper are kind of worth buying, but not much. And we need to buy silver, but that's better in the mines. Tin sells decent in Devon, but that's also better in the mines. There's like nothing. Some timber. If we buy the timber, we can take the timber to Crystal. That should be good. Something like that. Demonkin Mercenary wants to go to Crystal. Sure. Understaffed. Which isn't true. We're gonna sell some horses. And 2 beasts of burden. This should say 34. There. That's more like it. Let her know about the renegade necromancer and who he named. Do we go and just sell this information to everyone? I'm gonna do that. The officer draws you to the side when you imply you might have confidential and sensitive information to divulge. The payment depends on the importance of the piece of information, of course. Let her know about the renegade necromancer and who he named. Munda Tulane, you say? That is a politician in Devon. The official ponders this. She was involved in that unfortunate incident with the slaves. Quite a nasty story, but I don't recall any details, only that she got away with whatever she's done. Anyway, there is a small reward for this. Maybe my superiors will be interested. You pocket the coins and you receive from her assistance. Right. 6 lurg. Holy shit, that's so bad! That wasn't even worth it. It's probably gonna, like, blow back on me. Alright, let's rest here. Alright. We're just gonna sell. This report does not seem to pique the chief investigator's interest much. That's interesting, somewhat, but not something we're involved with in any way, shape, or form. Munda Tulane is an imperial politician in Devon, one who was mentioned in connection to some kind of horrible slave trafficking incident. Horrible even by imperial standards. At any rate, a small fee is due to you as thanks for reminding us of this. Alright. We're just selling information. A shipment of slaves to Sun Rock. Sure. We can do that. Wine was not a good thing to bring here. Ivory kind of sells here. Like, let's see, what missions do we have right now? Distribute obsidian and linen, so it's still just those. A timber, not worth. Obsidian, yeah, we can sell that. Ivory can sell a little bit. It wasn't really worth bringing here, but I want to buy the scrap metal. We also want to buy silver here. Silver is super expensive. You only get 2. So the question is it actually worth buying metal here? For selling in Devon? I think so. Silver is actually a really bad product. But I just need the silver for the quest, not for trading. Tin is really good. Like, all of it is really good. $21. I think bronze. Probably the best one. Yeah. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. All right. Lumen, no. We don't really have anything worth. The question is, can we buy salt here for an actually decent price? We should buy salt. Either way, I think. Rain. Salt for 7. One stack of salt here is 8. Damn. A pretty big difference. Distribute to Sun Rock. For 12. One package of jade. What? Full stack of jade. It's a little interesting because you could steal this shit. But you have to pay it back before you can like take more missions from a faction. So if you really wanted to, you could work your way up a little bit until you can take like tier 3s or something. And if you find something that's really expensive, like a full stack of jade, then you can just steal all the jade. But then you can't really work with them again. Until you pay them back. Sell information to the Sithicness Covenant. Your reports seem to worry the Archmage. These are troublesome developments, I must admit. The name of Munda Tulane has been a curse on the lips of many slaves of Devon, allegedly massacred in the end for some sickly agenda. We of the Covenant cannot get involved in imperial politics, but if you are the empathic sort, Vagrus, you might want to bring this to the attention of someone who can take up this cause. I am disinclined to name any names, but perhaps the Ashkalites might be interested in picking up the thread regarding their rogue member. Otherwise, people passionate about liberating slaves might also be willing to help. You get a few coins in a pouch for the Archmage. Plus 10? Reputation? Nice. Right. Oh hey, you can sell Dragonsteel here, but it's the price is really bad. Roche. With the opal eye. Sell an ancient tablet. Arcane text. How many do we have? 7. Rare jewel. We are rank 1 with the thickness now. I wonder, were we that before? Access to arcane knowledge. +1 magic sense, arcane lore, outer realms lore. Oh, you need to be rank 2 for that. Which is 100 more reputation. Abjuring glyphs. +8 all rests on companions. What about these guys? What do these guys give? Prospecting, engineering, herb lore. Blinders. Combat strength. While attacker in crew combat. Lances. The lances are bad. Eliminate the competition. Bronze armaments. Prospecting, engineering, herb lore. Okay. Do they sell silver here? No. I'll buy more scrap metal. Fuck it. Scrap metal is the way. It is the way. Sell them salt. It's not worth it. All right. I'm not gonna go to Algoros, it's so far. We're just gonna go up to Devon. We're just gonna go through here. Maybe we can sneak by here and see what this actually looks like. An erg nest! It's a tiny, tiny nest. Kill them all. Charge. $744 food? Holy shit. I can't even bring that much, but we can rest and then we can bring everything that we can bring in the morning. Yeah, that's that. Yeah, see, it does say temple. Temple of the Sleepers. And this is the Valley of Sleepers. Do we visit? I don't even know what that's supposed to be. explore. It is said that the Valley of Sleepers changes with every day, that the tombs are never the same on two consequent visits, making scavengers feel that they have to start all over again. Wow, that sounds convenient. Look for a tomb to rob. You find a promising tomb. The huge, intricately carved arched gateway leading into the mute darkness might be a good sign, but you know that there could be untold riches inside as much as mere junk. Get a team together. Accompanied by your companions, you explore the dry, dark corridors and chambers of the tomb. What awaits you ahead? Darkness envelops the corridor you are walking down, and your lamp's light seems to be swallowed up by the gloom. Nooks and crannies open on both sides, perfect places for traps. Can you spot them in time, though? One of your companions grabs your shoulder and you stop immediately. They point at the floor where one of the larger tiles you were about to step on now seems off. A pressure trap. Not wishing to find out what it does, the group gives it a wide berth and walk down the rest of the corridor with heightened awareness that comes across no more such contraptions. You make it out of the trapped corridor. After pocketing everything that looks valuable, it is time to decide whether to go further or to turn back. Delve deeper. Accompanied by your companions, you explore the dry, dark corridors and chamber of the tomb. What awaits you ahead? The chamber you enter turns unnaturally cold in a matter of seconds. The next moment, a pack of specters bursts out of the walls and urns, falling upon your companions with otherworldly rage. Uh-oh. Luckily, my wizard is really strong now. Holy shit! That's so many! I have one character that can fight this. Oh, this is so bad. This is so bad. But hey, they don't have a lot of health. I think this will be fine. I think we'll be fine. We can also try using the rune. Ooh, 1 damage! Can you... Can't kick a specter. You cannot rank it up past 3. That's a little bit of a shame. A little bit of a shame. But it's fine. They're immune to poison, so... that is what it is. Also, I don't know what happens. Like, if I taunt someone... does that end instantly when the round ends? Because I think everything ticks down. At the start of the round. Oh! Huge crit! I knew getting the AoE was gonna be massive. Because it didn't just double her damage. It's like 2.2 or whatever. Because I think the spell does more damage, and now it AoEs. Which I would say is quite good. Aha! Cannot kick the ghosts. Oh, heal him. Nice. Actually, the damage might not have gone up. I'm not sure. 4 to 5. Because it would have been 2 to 3, 4 to 5, and then it AoEs. Well, okay, maybe it just got AoE. The specters have vanished into thin air. Are they destroyed? Probably. They left behind some strange porous residue that would indicate so. Gather as much as you can and move on. 1 spectral residue, bro? I killed 6 ghosts! After pocketing everything that looks valuable, it is time to decide whether to go on or to keep going. The chamber you enter turns unnaturally cold. Aww. This seems like it kind of blows, I'll be honest. I'm not really getting much at all. Huge crit. I try to attack, like, it's still worth attacking them. Because when they evade, they get a penalty. Is the ghost burning? Yeah, so he's dead. They get a penalty to their evade. So double throw is actually really good at lowering that the evade. Because it lets you fish for an evade twice. Gather as much as you can and move on. We got 1 spectral residue. Keep deeping, keep delving. There was a trap. Okay, that's it. The group makes it back to the valley. For better or worse, delving into the tomb is now over. What is happening here? You observe the loot. You observe, you observe, you observe, you observe. You observe the loot you managed to... You observe the loot you managed to pilfer. Oh, we got some extra bonuses for... Okay. So every step also yields something, I think. We got 3 ancient tablets, 2 simple jewelry, 2 common jewelry, a rare jewel, and a bronze statue. You load the valuables into your cargo hold, thinking all the while if you have to worry about the curse of the valley. Can you feel anything strange? It is at that moment that you begin to feel it, a wrenching, heavy sinking feeling inside your chest. Soon you will hear them whisper and even see them at night, waiting at the edge of the fires, looking through windows, haunting you and your combs with their hollow gaze. The curse has taken hold. You will have to do something about it. What? With that, your tomb raiding is concluded for now. You gain Curse of Spirits. What the fuck is that, bro? Night sneaks up on the Valley of Sleepers until the heavy shadows settle on the ancient rocks all around you, and the sky turns purple, then the color of ink. Everything is eerily quiet. The Comitatus could not make its way out of the valley before dusk. A weighty, numbing fatigue began to take hold of your combs about an hour ago, and now they move sluggishly while their eyes keep falling shut. Some have already fallen asleep, lying down among the rocks, oblivious to the calls of their half-awake comrades. You are barely awake of the pale. You are barely aware of the pale blue translucent flames that start to appear on the frontages of tombs. It is only when a ghostly whispering reaches your ears when you suddenly realize that something is terribly wrong. Can you fight the power of this uncanny fatigue? It takes all your mental prowess to resist the pull of the sorceress sleep. Once you shake it off, you feel like waking from a nightmare, and quickly go about rousing your combs from this unnatural torpor. By the time everyone is wide awake again, all the tombs in the valley are alight with a pale blue spectral fire that seems to dance on the stones themselves. Then the spirits of the dead Varosians appear. Only a couple at first, floating almost lazily in the cool night air. Then more and more until hundreds are circling the terrified comitatus. There is nowhere to run. The specters are everywhere, moaning, whispering and shrieking in a cacophony of dread. They merge into a host and fly directly at you. This is undoable. I'm dead. You can't fight this. I don't think you can ever fight this. This is not doable. There's a leader here that we could maybe fight, but there's 11? How many are there? 16, 21, 26, 27, 37, 38, 46, 50, 60, 77, 89. There are 89 specters here. And I have one character that can damage them. So even if I just do like companion combat the whole time, we would need to do the same kind of fight we just did like 12 times. 13 times. So yeah, we're dead. This is not doable. Because there doesn't seem to be any way to like bless your guys. I haven't found any like priest, like Ashkull priest or something that might be able to travel with you. I don't know. I didn't even kill one. And now she takes damage. Because she took damage, it's over. Oh, I killed one guy. You have to select at least one combat group to fight for you. Okay. Let's arm everybody. Oh, I killed two more. Destroy. Okay. Do not sleep in the Valley of Sleepers. Bad idea. Also, I don't want to go in there again. It didn't save when we got out, so I think it saves every morning. Let's not bother doing that again. So we're trying to go to Devon. All right. Well, at least we know. At least we know what this is. But this is somewhere you could go here. Like this could be doable. At least not the sleeping thing, but doing the delving thing could be very, very, very doable. If you go there with the blessing and then you just like march out. So you don't sleep down there. That could be doable. But I'll be right back.
Hey! Ooh.
Okay. Ouch. Oh, oh, oh. The guys are fatigued. Turn in the rescue. Okay, we got 60 bucks. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we're gonna go to Sun Rock. Ash is also okay. I don't really have any inventory space, though. But we wanted to sell the metal here, I believe. Yeah. Well, sell that. Tin? Tin is worth a lot, yeah. Oh, that was it. Okay. Hmm. There's only one silver here. And it's an expensive one, too. Not that big of a deal, though, I think. But, let's buy the 1 silver. Petition for audience with a high-ranking priest of Ashkul. Ask how you could be of service to the great king. I mean, do I care? There are several matters that might benefit from your expertise, Vagrus. The metallic voice seems to originate from the hollow skull beneath the cowl. Let us discuss them and see if the church can make use of your services at this time. Calatheus wants you to destroy a renegade undead for the church. There is a certain individual who has become a renegade in the eyes of the church. The Watcher's face remains unreadable as his voice booms from his skull. As you may know, we have strict rules regarding undeath and who controls it. Know that it is not because we are seeking control, but because the Great King is responsible for all those who enter his realm. And all undead have been there. But let us forsake philosophy and theology for the sake of the matter at hand. The individual in question calls itself Thotmas, and we have reason to believe that you are already acquainted. You confirm the Watcher's suspicion. He pierces you with his otherworldly gaze. Then you know that it resides in Arkan, and that his state is quite extraordinary. The Church can confirm that Thotmas's creation was blasphemy, and that the soul should move on to Tartarus. We need someone to destroy Thotmas. That is Ashkul's will. You would be handsomely rewarded naturally. You ask Caletheus why they require an independent agent such as you instead of using the Church's forces. The Church does as it pleases, Vagrus. It uses independent agents all the time. Do you not wish to serve in such capacity? Something tells you that the Watcher's ire was provoked, but perhaps we owe you some form of explanation. How about this? The Church, despite serving Ashkul without question, is not unified in all matters. The Arkan Temple and its priests do not agree with us on Thutmos's situation. They will not interfere with our decision, but they will not aid us either. And so an independent such as yourself is our best choice. That is, if you are willing to take the assignment. I guess. Magnificent. Head to Arkan and pay this Thutmos a visit. Do not carry anger or hatred in your heart. This is a simple matter of extinguishing something that should never have existed. Do it with honor. Do it quickly. The Watcher uses his black staff to indicate that you are to leave. Okay. Give them some spectral residue. Gives us some reputation. Mm-hmm. Many of Devon's streets are crowded with Ashman refugees, especially in the poorer neighborhoods where the city guard has not yet got to kick them out of their makeshift homes. On one such street you are accosted by starving families begging for alms. Though once proud and fierce, these unfortunate souls are now nigh indistinguishable from the city's other beggars and homeless. Leave them. We leave without giving them alms. Yep. Shadow Bazaar. Why do I have criminality? Holy shit, that was not worth it. What the fuck? Minus 40? Minus 10 bras? It was probably easier to just pay the fines. Holy shit. That was so bad. Oh. Talk to Grath. Grath is always happy to chat while he is awaiting your booze deliveries. Give him the bottle of Aqua Infernus. Grath whistles when he sees the bottle. Damn, you guys are the best, he says when he takes the beverage. Damn, you guys are the best. Okay. Does he know where you could procure each of the beverages? Margorad. Here? So we're gonna have to go to Fort Larius or something. You want me to find a bottle of booze in here otherwise? So it's gotta be Fort Larius. Okay. I think we're missing one flask. Sometimes it's just hard to remember where anything was in the menus. We already visited the Dark Elves. Alright, I think that's it here. We'll just have to go to Sunrock and Ash. I strongly doubt we would find silver in either of these places. But we could go to Avernum before we go back to Lumen, I suppose. But now I'm cursed, by the way. And nobody here actually wanted to help me with the... No, I'm not cursed. Because I died and we loaded. So, okay, we don't have to deal with the curse. No problem. Oh, thank you. You can buy a silver. Okay. Then we don't necessarily need to go to Avernum. Though I do need to go to Avernum anyway, because we have infinity scrap metal. But going to Crystal might be the play anyway for selling the timber. Yeah, I want to go do this. Dark Knowledge. Then this one. And Crystal. Sure. No, hold on. Oh, let's do that. What the fuck? Inspections and security checks by Imperial authorities are common on important roads, and sooner or later you can't avoid them unless you avoid the roads themselves. According to these tax collectors and their lackeys, such tariffs grind the wheels of the Empire, but you are sure they mostly end up in sleazy palms. At any rate, going up against these bailiff armies would be suicide, so you probably have to pay up. I can't get away from this one? A 100? Holy fuck! Fuck you! Jesus Christ! It just keeps going up. Was it because of the silver? Like, I don't get if it's based on playtime or what it's based on. Foraging, flea vigilance. Hunting, hunting. +5 chase. If we buy 2 stacks of ivory here, then we can finish the quest, but let's buy supplies first. And then we go up before we do anything else. There. We'll see where the hell it is this time. Am I really that bad at hunting? I don't feel like I'm that bad at hunting. I don't think that that's the quest. This is some other bullshit. Right? I don't know what this is. Or is it? I don't know. Scouting doesn't make any sense. What is that? Is this hunting? Like the chance for hunting is still like super bad. Whatever. Okay, yeah, this is it. The outline of sand-chiseled, half-buried ruins looms in the not too far distance in the arid, jagged wasteland. Renkailon consults his research notes and nods. Yes, this must be it. Can't be anything else, he says at last. There is good reason to assume that we'll find information regarding life drain in there. Indeed, it could be the old dark elven settlement called Nagradath, abandoned by its original builders, then settled by humans who apparently met a dark end sometime later. Obviously, the whole comitatus is too large to enter the ruins, so you have to choose carefully whom of your companions to take along. I can only choose 5, bro. Yeah, I think she will be useless. Let's bring these guys. Your party reaches the first half-buried buildings, and after a short while you find yourselves in almost tunnel-like descending streets. Soon you enter chasms that go constantly down, but are still open to the light above. The place is largely empty and overflown with sand, but there are some signs of habitation from decades ago. Stone shelves and broken jugs line the walls, broken tools lie on the ground, while faded cloth is rippling in the draft. Take your time to examine the place and see if you can find something of interest or value. You sift through the shelves and receptacles and find a few items of value. Then suddenly you hear a vicious, hissing sound like that of an attacking reptile, and then there is a flash of white light. One of your companions screams briefly. As you turn to look, you find that your Combs looks pale, and is sweating profoundly but seems otherwise fine. Some sort of a warding hex, I assume, Renkailon rubs his chin. Lost most of its power, likely becoming weakened during the long decades, but still. Your affected companion will feel a little sick for some time. There's nothing you can do about that now. You push deeper. Soon you leave the surface ruins and descend into dark, cold tunnels stretching beneath tons of rock. An uneasy feeling creeps up on you and you shiver. There is an intangible, oppressive sensation sitting in the stagnant air. The architecture is undoubtedly Dark Elven, Renkailon states, after examining your surroundings, but quite old and fallen to decay. My people left this place a long time ago, but it didn't remain abandoned. Look. He points out crudely made furniture and primitive scriptures on the wall, obviously the work of some wasteland-dwelling tribe that made its home here long after the Dark Elves were gone. There must be a place dedicated to knowledge here, Renkailon continues. A vault, a hall of records, a library, something like that. I hope those savages haven't ransacked or defiled it. I sincerely do. Fail! Your party spreads out to examine the corridors carefully. Unfortunately, caution alone is not enough. These underground ruins have endured the merciless pressure of many tons of sand and debris for decades, and thus their structure has weakened. Without warning, a piece of the floor collapses with a dull rumble. Most of you manage to jump to safety, but one of your companions is not so lucky, taking a fall of several feet, landing with a painful oof. It takes some time to get your battered combs out of that hole. This is most unfortunate, but you keep looking. The search takes quite long as the tunnels are extensive, but at length you hear the voice of one of your combs calling you. Following it, you come up on a vaulted side chamber, where old stone tablets are stacked against the walls, along with shelves containing rows of ancient books, all neatly kept. Renkailon becomes agitated right away. Yes, he whispers. These are Dark Elven records, and rather surprisingly, he lifts one of the books from the shelf. Look how well preserved they are. The human settlers weren't savages after all. Maybe they tried to learn from them. It appears that they were especially interested in scripture. Renkailon asks you for some time so he can quickly review the find. You settle in for a long wait while the Dark Elf scout does his work. You must have dozed off in the cool, damp air, for the next thing you know is an agitated Renkailon shaking you by the shoulder. Hey, Vagrus, come on now, listen. You ask him what is happening while trying to clear your senses. We've heard something outside the chamber, the Dark Elf scout explains in a hushed voice. And not only that, but I sense something dark, something sinister. Can you not feel it? Alarmingly, when you focus, you can. It feels like the same oppressing force you have sensed when entering the ruins, but much stronger this time, almost suffocatingly powerful. The sense of dread accompanying it is almost overwhelming. Command your crew to follow you outside and look for the menace's source. Renkailon lost loyalty. With weapons at the ready, you sneak outside the vault and into the main corridor. Something seems amiss. The tunnel's size and angles are not quite as you remember them, and the side passages are different as well. Or is it only your imagination? Whatever the case, after a few minutes of creeping through the dark, you realize with horror that you're lost. That suffocating feeling has grown to be almost unbearable. All of you are on the verge of panic. Then there is a low, raspy moan, and the sound of shuffling feet preceded by a stench most foul. Out of the dark, rotting corpses emerge and stagger towards you. Almost blind with terror, you prepare to fight them. Boink. Renkailon cannot be deployed? Alright, whatever. That does not do anything. Come on. Can't really taunt on that well, I think. They just do whatever. You manage to push back and cut down most of the undead creatures, but more are coming. As you fall back, you miraculously find the Vault of Records. At least its narrow entrance provides a useful choke point to make your stand against these lifeless horrors. Will it be your last stand? You take a moment to catch your breath and wait for what happens next. There is a moment of silence, the proverbial calm before the storm. Then you hear the shuffling of dry-skinned feet and the hissing of rotting throats outside the record chamber. There must be dozens of undead out there, seemingly having appeared out of nowhere. Those foolish humans must have called some dark presence and paid the price. Renkailon spurts while going frantically through the scrolls and books. Maybe I can draw it out, make it reveal itself somehow. That might be our only chance, our sole chance at salvation. You tell the Dark Elf Scout to hurry as the undead threaten to overrun you any minute. He nods and begins an incantation. While you and your companions try to hold back the undead at the entrance arch, Renkailon chants in a low voice and paints sorceress signs into the air with his nimble fingers. Slowly and threateningly, a shadowy shape begins to form in one of the chamber's upper corners. It writhes and thrashes like a bird, caught in a net as if fighting some unseen force. It loses the fight. Suddenly, there is a popping sound and the shadow takes on a physical shape, then falls on the ground. It is a horned, dark-skinned, toothy imp that almost immediately jumps at you. As you whirl around to face it, some of the undead make it into the room, too. A little impy. Alright. Death to imps. Dead imp. Fire damage. $17 damage? Holy shit. The demonic creature screams in infernal agony, then disappears into nothingness in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, the hordes of undead outside the vault are rendered motionless and collapse to the floor. You have won. Hope that would work, Renkailon says, panting. Now let's finish going through these records. You join him while he continues examining the books. As you go through the parchments, you find clues pointing to the human settlers finding solace in demon worship that they learned from dark elven scripture they found in the vault. Apparently the reason for this drastic change of faith was the harshness of the wasteland, which the tribe failed to overcome even here. Then they probably made communion with a malevolent being, the result of which you have seen. Yes, there are some writings here that can help me, Renkailon says while he packs up everything he deigns useful. The rest he passes on to you. Once I can examine them thoroughly. Once I have time to decipher them, that is. It is as if he was completely oblivious to what you have just experienced. Help him finish packing and leave this accursed place. By the time you exit the ruins, dusk has settled. You return to the Comitatus and to strike camp and prepare for a night of rest. Demon Horn! Nice. 2 XP. Can I level up my guys? Nope. Can't do shit. No, I don't have enough insight to do anything. An orc warband. Oh, they're not really that big. I can't get enough to charge them, but we can't charge them anyway. Alright, let's just flank them. Orc slaves would probably be good. Unfortunately, you can't... You can only have normal slaves. But yeah, it could be good. There's a bunch of, like... Let's face it. There's a bunch of D&D races in this game. Like, Dark Elves are literally just copy-pasted from D&D. You even have the Underdark and everything like that. But the game doesn't really make use of it in almost any way. Like, so far, there's been, like, literally, I think, one dialogue option, and it was extremely minor, that I could really interact with on the basis that I am a Dark Elf. Even, like, anything having to do with my Dark Elf companion here hasn't really done anything with that. It's a little sad. The new Monster Hunter game? Do you mean Monster Hunter Stories? No, I have not checked out Monster Hunter Stories. Monster Hunter Stories is like Pokemon. Both in terms of gameplay and in terms of how childish it is. So I think probably I won't check that out. Yeah, no, the Monsters of the Stories games I'm not that interested in. You have your little Rathalon companion and you fight enemies with the power of friendship. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if it's for me. Not sure. I need a fighter and a mount. And we sell this crap. And we need 2 stacks of ivory. And we should be good for the golden theory. 4 silver, 40 ivory. 4 silver, 40 ivory. We buy a full stack of scrap metal supplies. I think that's about it. So now we need to go down to Loom. I think we can skip going to ash, but we should still go along the road. All the way to here. Or here. Something like that. That was nothing. So, we're looking for the lair of Dramus. Could he be nearer this? No. I need to rest. Today. That way we can send out a much bigger scouting party here. Find me events. Is that it? There's one there, one there. It's probably this one. Maybe. Now the question is, does that count as going into Loom? And if so, we should probably equip the heat shielding crystals. What? There was nothing here? Why was there nothing here? It said that there was something here. So why was there nothing here? See... Oh, dude, the scouting... Oh. Fuck it, I'm gonna go all the way into Loom. Like, see? What is that? Like, if that's not a fucking event, what is that? It says 100% event. But there's nothing? Bro. I don't get it. Why did he stop? Like, there's nothing here, bro. What? A range of arid hills rises from the dunes of sand all around you. Krifta appears next to you. This is it, she says, bobbing her head and blinking in the blinding sunlight. The lair of Dramus. If we choose to approach, take heed. He will almost certainly have protectors with him. Take your fighting crew and approach the caves. You lead your warriors up into the hills and approach the supposed site of cave... You lead your warriors up into the hills and approach the supposed site of the caves across the difficult terrain. Jagged rock formations and ravines make this place maze-like, providing a lot of cover. You must be close to the entrance, but before you could find it, a voice addresses you from behind a rock wall. Stop right there. The voice belongs to a man, and you signal your warriors to halt. Kriftar looks at you and whispers, Dramus. We saw you sneak up the hills, he says. This place is much better defended than you know. Please, Kriftar, I don't want to see you dead regardless of what you did, but the people here will kill you for the cause. The cause is shit and you know it, Kriftar answers. The way your 4 tribes operated proves that your cause has become cruel and senseless. You know as well as I that this is the price of freedom, Kriftar, Dramus replies. No sacrifice is too big for the abolition of slavery. You used to know that. You were an ally, a friend even, but now you're a murderous traitor who hunts people as beasts. What happened to you? What happened was I saw your cause for what it really is, an excuse for nobles to play God as well as for cruel people to terrorize others while hiding behind something. The abolitionists betrayed me. They used me without having the decency to admit it. This argument is getting you nowhere. Dramus is quiet for a while, then speaks again. Then you are beyond forgiveness. As are you, the bounty hunter shouts, and you have to die for it. So be it, Dramus says, and whistles sharply. All of a sudden, bolts of fire begin to rain down from the sky, and your fighters flee, howling in terror. Some bolts hit their mark, searing flesh and knocking people on the ground. You can barely gather your companions after the rain of fire when a handful of red Krawogs rush out from among the rocks and attack you with snapping jaws and razor-sharp claws. -2 vitality on all companions. You gain beaten and bruised. They coordinate their attacks with astonishing precision. Jesus. Why do I only get to have 4 party members? I hate this system. Like, it's so stupid. It's just like, oh, randomly you can have all your party members, but randomly you can't. Because why? Because fuck you. That's why. And honestly, I think that my sorceress is useless here. Yeah, they're completely immune to fire, so she's useless. You use Kriftar instead. Yeah, something like this. What are these buffs? Plus 20% damage. Okay. They have 1 armor. Just gotta focus one guy down. Can we AoE all of them? I don't think so. No. Reload my gun. Will this guy come over here? No. Ow. He's got 3 HP. But he, yeah. Fuck. No, he's immune to displacement, right? Yeah, Which means the only way we can displace him is like that. By making him evade. There, now we can attack him. Oh! The Krawags are slain, and pools of their hot blood are steaming among the rocks. Krifta does not slow down, however, and you have to run to keep up with her pursuit of Dramus. You reach the entrance of the caves and encounter a platoon of Red Dragon Guard soldiers taking up a defensive formation. Dramus is behind them, as is a dragon mage ready to invoke fiery spells to decimate you. Luckily, your own warriors have rallied and are now getting ready to strike at the defenders. There, Krifta says with bile. That's his cause, all right, inciting rebellions at the behest of his draconic masters, enforced by the agents of the Dragongar. You signal the attack. Damn, they're kind of big. Very low chance of success, yeah, because we're exhausted and all kinds of shit. But... Huh? Yeah, it wouldn't let me... But we can also do... We can do... companion combat here. Though we are a bit injured, so it might not be like a great idea. He's down. We only have 5 guys. Is this reconnaissance? Critical success. Guarded advance. And this actually doesn't do anything. Intercept does damage. Skirmish does not. I think intercept does. No, it does flee. Wedge formation. Combat strength. Guarded advance increases. It says fighter defense, but yeah, I don't have any fighters. I only have riders. Let's do eliminate leader and see what happens. That's a lot of fucking guys. Man, they're pretty big. Kinda scared. Maybe this was a mistake. They have 2 armor. Oh my god. Actually, the accuracy is kind of high for hitting him. Didn't work. Got him. Fuck you. Alright, at least we got the leader guy. I suppose. But these guys, I'm not so sure how this is gonna go. I'm gonna summon. Even though the summon is complete garbage. Like, complete garbage. Oh shit, and they get a second turn too? Why do they get 2 turns? That's insane. Huh? Oh no. can't damage them. I literally cannot damage them. They have 3 armor, dude. These guys are crazy. Garrick's the only one who can, like, damage the metal. I killed one! He's down. Oh, he's gone. He's down. He's down. We killed the leader, but I don't know if that was good enough for that. Now I'm like overwhelming. Was he really that big of a deal here? No, it's because we killed off 4 of these guys, maybe. Oh, also because they're fleeing. "16 soldiers. I don't think I want that. Well, I lost 1 soldier. I don't want that many soldiers. "24 slaves. We're like 3 feet away from crystal. But I don't know if you can sell slaves in crystal. I'm not so sure. I kind of think that you can't. But maybe we take the slaves. Five? We gained 5 of these guys? Silver. Ooh. Exquisite weapon. Although the Red Dragon Guard is a terrible foe. This time your warriors prevail and break their shield wall. In the ensuing massacre, Kriftar captures Dramus after putting an arrow through his leg. There are no survivors apart from him, and the 22 slaves I took. The Dragon Guard fights to the last man standing, knowing the price of their duty in a foreign country. Once the dust settles, you join the bounty hunter who has Dramus at her mercy. I'm not sorry for anything the bald man says, spitting blood. You may win this day, but for an abolitionist, death is just a release from a life of sacrifice and duty. The cause lives, and shall live on until every single enslaved soul is free. Then be free from your duty, Krifta tells him and slits his throat. Dramus dies choking on his own blood, eyes wide in terror. While your crew secures the caves, you sit down and talk to the bounty hunter. Krifta is shaking, so you take her farther away from the rest of the crew and have her sit down on a flat rock. She is wiping away her tears. I had to, she blubbers. She wouldn't let me show mercy. I couldn't have gotten away with it. And besides, he has become the worst kind of fanatic terrorist the Empire warns its citizen about. Did you hear him preaching this shit? Curses. I'm still sorry, but it had to be done. You ask her if her handler will now let her off the hook. Doubtful. Krifta has regained her composure somewhat. For a while, maybe, but there's always something, some new target. You nod, not knowing what to say. Your crew is looting the cave in the meantime, hauling out the goods they find out there, and loading them into your carts. Some of them come up to you, handing you stacks of parchments. They were unable to decipher them. The texts turn out to be notes and briefings on abolitionist activities in the region, as observed by the Red Dragon Guard. This kind of information is worth quite a lot, but Krifta is not amused by the idea of using it. I'm going to take the notes. Everything is packed up, so Krifta sets fire to the rough furniture inside, expecting the fire to collapse most of the caves. At least it's done for now, she informs you, clacking her beak. I'll send a message to my handler that the deed was done and hope that she'll leave me alone for a while. Before stalking away, she adds, Thank you, Vagrus, for sticking with me until the end. Then she is off, back to her duties. The loot is quite spectacular. The abolitionist lair did not have a lot of valuables, but the dragon steel weapons and shields the Dragon Guard wielded are alone worth a fortune. You climb up to a cart and sit back with a satisfied smile. The Comitatus sets out again, ever moving towards the horizon. Reports on abolitionists. 4 dragon steel scraps, 530 supplies, exquisite weapons, medical supplies, rare jewelry, common jewelry, minus 50 abolitionists' reputation. Dragon steel armor. Ooh, what? Is that equipment? What? Dragon steel armaments. Holy shit. That's even better than my steel armaments. And it's lighter too, so you actually get more cargo. Damn, that's huge. This gives 2 defense and 2 combat strength. This gives 2 defense and 3 combat strength. And this gives -3 and -2 cargo for outriders and fighters. This gives -2 and -1. And also this gives 15% defenses at your outpost. This gives 20% defenses at your outpost. Oh, no, oh yeah, I understand what the outpost is. That's when you manage to buy that settlement that you can buy. Right. Makes sense. 1 coffee bean. Is that 1 salt? Three jade. It's actually fairly good. But I want to rest before we throw anything away because we're gonna eat food. That was huge. Huge. I think I want to keep the salt. Probably. Okay, so down to crystal. Crystal, Crystal. Yeah, these guys want to go to Crystal. Crystal is straight down, more or less. Now, I'm hoping to make a bunch of money here. Hey guys, you want some timber? Hell yeah. They did want some timber. So 8 salt goes for 14 brass in Larnac, but it goes for 20 or 15 brass in Fort Viridium, depending on the price. So I need to buy 2 more salt. What else do you have here? Mushrooms, grain, dried fruit. I would need 1 more dried fruit. And they don't have a grain here. Flavo crystal. What is our current goal after this? I feel like we finished everything. Like we have a bunch of... I guess this one could be finished. I need to go to Avernum with all the scrap metal. Maybe we can buy 1 dried fruit. Then we might be okay. Then we can take these to Mirage, I suppose. Conspiring slaves. Yeah, we have way too many slaves. You can sell slaves here, good. We have tons of beasts as well. Holy shit. Horses. There we go. I wonder if you heal better in town or something. Oh, we got the last dried fruit. Nice. Now, Flavo crystals. Should I load up on Flavo crystals? Is that really the player? Because if we go to Lumen, then we go to... Let's see, we are in Crystal, we go to Lumen, then we go to... Larnac, then we go to Avernum. Well, we can also stop by, like, let's say Utvorar. Flavo is 16 over in Utvorar. Okay. Sure. Let's load up on a little bit of that. Silly wind event. Large Chakra Pack. Hello. Food? Lots of food? 540 food? There's no way. What's the price of one coffee bean? Like, there's no way. No. One coffee bean is probably better than 2 ivory. Yeah. Not that it makes a big difference either way. Candake's request. Candake is eager to speak to you, while Laventia stands next to her with slate and stylus in hand, looking only slightly tortured. Let's get some work done, shall we? She says in her melodic voice, her zigzagging gaze scanning horizons far beyond the narrow confines of her shop. Hand over what you brought her, silver ivory for 106 buckaroos. Well, isn't that nice? Candake smiles. We're actually making progress. Thank you, dearest Vagrus. Keep up the good work. Speaking of which... Ready to take the next step, she asks. You nod. Dies. That's what I need right now, Candake spurts out quickly, throwing a quick side glance at Lavantius. The assistant sighs. Domina, we've talked about this. Being fashionable out in the desert is not so important. Hush, Candake silences him. It's not for being fashionable. I need them as indicators for certain procedures. Laventius does not back off. Yes, but maybe the other items on the list. Bright kelp is more of a priority. We'll need light. All right, you dullard. Candake looks quite annoyed. Laventius turns to you. So it's bright kelp we need. And dyes, Candake says in a tiny voice. Her assistant rolls his eyes. And dyes, he adds, accepting defeat. You assure them you will get both. I actually don't know where you buy dyes. I don't think there's like anywhere that's actually good. Utvarar, like maybe you can buy some dyes from the tribes, but I feel like the tribes just don't really have dyes much. Maybe they have some. Do we chat with the Dread Reavers? A couple of Reavers mill about the common room of the Blind Chakra during the daylight hours. It takes a few minutes for them to get Lagdanar for you. Ask him about this cooperation he has kept mentioning. So, still interested, eh? Lagdar flashes you with a gap-toothed smile. Good, good. I'd like to work with you, truth be told. Our job requires transportation, and even though we could travel to our destination by ourselves, there's a lot of advantages to having you back us up. Let us sit and I'll tell you the details. The two of you find a quiet corner in the common room and sit down with mugs of cool mushroom ale. We were hired to retrieve some precious cargo from a tectum under the nearby Calaris. Suffice to say that it won't be up-recovered easily. The catch is we'd need protection against the conditions of the damned crystal forest. You know, like, you can't just stroll in there during the day, or else you get cooked right and proper, or go blind. Anywho, we'll need that stuff. I'm willing to go 50-50 with you if you get the protective equipment. What say you? Tell him that you already have the means to enter Kaleri and that you accept the offer. A fire shield crystal. Okay, so that's a different thing. Lagdanar's eyes go wide. Whoa, you aren't Destin, eh? I should have known that a serious professional like you is already well equipped for any job. Alright then, we can set out right away. Or wait some time more if you have things to do. Come back here when you are ready to go. Let me also tell you that we are headed north to the Calaris Valley, where we rendezvous with our guide, and from then on into the North Calaris. Prepare accordingly, mate. This is gonna be a longer ride. Okay. Do we buy some supplies, sell some garbage? Do we have any more true garbage here? Not really. Where does Jade sell well then? Utvarar. I mean, it doesn't sell poorly here, but it's not good either. But maybe it's worth getting rid of just because having stuff in your inventory is ass. Like, it's genuinely terrible. It's better to get rid of it when it's like decent, because it's like it's not necessarily worth it to take something to where it's like a little bit more expensive, because you have like one stack of something, and what you get out of that stack is the difference between what you bought it for and what you sell it for, and usually that difference is like 3 bras. And it costs me 20 bras to travel to the other destination. So then it's just better to sell it here and see if we can buy something else that might be more worthwhile, I feel like, for the most part. Or just get more supplies or something. More or less. Hello, Shibani. Arcane text. Everything is so expensive. A couple of reavers mill about the common room, blah blah blah. Have the reavers join your comitatus. You're ready to take them to the Calorus Valley. Jolly good, Lagdonar grins and slaps you on the shoulder. I'll rouse the reavers. We'll be ready to depart in minutes. True to his word, the mercenary captain gathers his company and they join you right away. Now our heading is north-northeast into the Calorus Valley, he says enthusiastically. We should find our guide in the valley. She knows where to go exactly inside the Crystal Forest. Okay. Should rest first here, though. Should have done all jobs. We still have 2 silver. Is this place actually good to sell silver? We're in Lumen. Not really. It is much better in Utvarar. But it's not bad here either. But it's not good. But I think we can suffer having that in our inventory. We want to go here. Yeah, I think it's down here. Let's just unequip this for now. This is the spot. Lagdonar is standing next to you, his gaze scouring the valley floor for any signs of movement. The rock over there with the markings is where we're supposed to meet. True enough, a large rock stands alone out in the open, with crude and mostly lewd images and writing etched into its rugged surface. You signal for the comitatus to stop and take a few fighters with you, as Lagdonar and yourself head towards the marker stone. You're about a stone's throw from it when a woman in traveling clothes steps out from behind the rock and hails you. That must be the guide. She fits the description we got back in Torzag, says Lagdonar. You approach the guide and greet her. Hail, Reavers! The woman bows her head. She is a dragonkin with green scales and yellow eyes, but otherwise human features. I'm glad you finally arrived. I've been camped out here for quite some time. I gather that you're ready to approach the vault now. Lagdonar tells her that you are, and introduces both of you. My name is Thesara. Our employer wanted to ensure success in this venture, so I was hired to get you to the tectum. You have to admit that something is endearing about her decisiveness. She produces a pair of crystal goggles from her backpack and hangs them around her neck, then nods towards the west. That is our heading, west-northwest. Thesara joins you as you head back to the comitatus. Using the opportunity, you ask Lagdonar what exactly you're looking for in the deadly Calorus. Ah, that. He gives you a gap-toothed smile. I suppose I could be a little more forthcoming, eh? I only know that this employer of ours wants to get his hands on a treasure that is inside a vault. Badly. The vault is in a forgotten tectum, beneath the Calaris. Our job is to move in, secure the place, and get the treasure out. Anything else we find, we can keep. And that's on top of our payment. Sounds great, eh? You can't help but think that the mercenary captain's enthusiasm stems from naivety. You ask him what kind of danger you might find in the tectum. Nothing we can't handle, he says while smashing his fist into his palm. Hopefully, he is right. You signal the comitatus to move out and leave the large stone behind. Tessara the guide joins your comitatus. We can go up one step, I think, without dying. Yeah. Now we need heat shielding crystals. There's not a whole lot of nodes here. There. At length, Tessara manages to find the entrance to the tectum in the monotonous crystal forest. The guide knows precisely which general area to look for. Then the exact location is given away by the damage done to the surrounding crystals. Someone must have harvested here briefly. Behind one of the broken crystal formations is a cave entrance shrouded in darkness. This is it, Tessara claims decisively. They found the gate leading to the lost tectum when they started extracting the valuable crystal here. Time to decide if you want to descend into the underground shelter. The reavers sure seem ready. Prepare to descend into the tectum. You need a team of trusted companions and fighters if you want to succeed. You prepare for the descent, only taking your companions with you, while leaving the comitatus to your crew. They set up in a defensive formation, and Lagdanar confides that he will station his reavers here, bringing only 5 of them down into the vaults. Tessara joins you in the damaged crumbling crystal formation that used to hide the entrance to the tectum. You climb over the jagged mutilated crystals and find yourselves in a cavern still well lit due to the closeness of the Calaris. At the end of the chamber is an archway with double stone doors, engraved with ancient symbols. One of the thick doors is broken and was torn off its hinges, and then there are the corpses. About a dozen men and women lie dead on the cave's sandy floor. Some of them are charred, but others show no sign of harm on the outside. Most of them are unarmed and look like prospectors or slavers. By the look of it, they have been here for quite a while. Perhaps these people, who were also responsible for extracting the crystal, broke down the doorway. But why, and how did they perish? Ask the others what they think about the corpses. Lagdanar just scratches his beard, but Tessara turns to you after briefly looking at the dead bodies. These must be the illegal prospectors who originally found the tectum by accident. They entered the tunnels hoping to return with untold riches, but the few survivors of the incident who were later caught by the authorities said that only arcane traps and a nameless death awaited them down there. Incidentally, it was thanks to this confession that our employer learned of the tectum, and subsequently organized this venture. Maybe they triggered the traps for us, eh? Lagdanar gives you a weak smile before you all move toward the archway. Pass through the doorway and into the tectum. The air is shockingly cool inside the tunnel. You light some lanterns and stare at the walls in amazement. The skill that must have gone into carving all the symbols and decorative images is astounding. Unfortunately, you have no time to admire it further. The corridor is narrow and its ceiling is high. This, along with the corpses lying here and there, gives the impression that you're entering a tomb. What happened to the dwellers of the Tectum? These blokes killed them? The mercenary captain inquires in a whisper. No, this place has been empty for ages, Thessara replies quietly. Whatever happened here must have wiped out the original inhabitants some time after the calamity. The Tectum did not hold. The company follows the tunnel into a T-junction. Looking to the right, you can only see that the corridor goes on into the darkness, empty and undisturbed. The stone floor on the left-hand tunnel, however, is covered in charred corpses. Which way? Asks Lagdanar, eyes darting from side to side. I don't know. I'm gonna turn to the right. The corridor looks completely untouched and there is no sound apart from your breathing and shuffling. As you're about 30 feet in, some signs on the wall flare up with a malevolent orange light. Before you could react, the glyphs manifest 4 orbs of fire that begin to fly at you and your companions at an amazing speed. The first one hit is a Reaver. He screams briefly before succumbing to a fiery death. Yet the orbs simply reform after he falls to the ground and seek another target. Get down! Lagdanar pushes you out of the way of an orb, only for his arm to get burned. Several of your companions get scorched before Thessara leaps to the middle of the corridor and summons a fiery shield by raising her palm towards the ceiling and uttering words of power. The orbs dissipate when touching her barrier, and you're able to move past the glyphs. Unfortunately, most of your companions got badly burned by the flame trap. Damn! -3 on all companions? -4 on Garrick? Did he get burned because he's a dwarf? The corridor turns sharply and you soon reach a large echoing chamber with pillars on both sides. At the far end is an archway. I kinda don't like what just happened, because I have like infinite magic sense and I also have a wizard with me. So like, it's a little... That's one of those cases where like, why isn't there some kind of check or something? Because that means that going this way was literally just the wrong choice, it feels like. Oh, I guess we'll see, but I had lost 30% of my HP. At the far end is an archway with breached stone doors, much like the one you used to enter the corridors, barely visible by the light of your lanterns. There is a corridor on the right, but it collapsed some time ago and is now blocked by sand and stone. Another one on the left leads into darkness. Corpses similar to the ones you have already come across lie here and there in the hall. Most of them are in and around the corridor on the left. What now? Lagdanar whispers. The Tectum should be ahead and below us. We should take the archway, Thessara answers, before you could. Walk through the archway. The company moves to the far end of the pillared hall that must be some sort of an antechamber to the Tectum proper. The archway is decorated with carvings of noble heroes and firebrand politicians, but the door is ajar, and the motifs are eroded to be barely recognizable. A set of spiral stairs leads down into the cave chasm beyond the gates, and you carefully descend into darkness. Nobody breaks the silence as you make your way down into the bowels of the earth. The shuffling of feet, the clinking of armor, and the occasional drip of cave water are the only things you can hear for what seems like an eternity. At length you reach the bottom of the stairs, and a short corridor leads the company into a chamber beyond. Enter the chamber. The chamber turns out to be a gigantic natural cavern deep under the sands of the desert. Magnificent stalactites hang from the darkness above. Your lanterns cannot reach the walls to the left, right, and in front, so you do not have an exact sense of scale. The roots of crystal formations of the calders above stick through the ceiling, and those emanate enough blue light so that you are certain that the hall must be enormous. After some further exploration, you manage to map out this central cavern that must have served as a community hub, some form of an underground plaza or town square. Dwellings and tunnels open from here and lead into the many hidden reaches of the Tectum. These are not natural, and were instead built in the style of the antechamber and corridors above. A huge statue was erected in the middle of this plaza, depicting the emperor as he is sitting on a marble throne. He is wearing a golden mask and holds a scepter in one hand, while reaching towards the sky with the other, perhaps in an attempt to shield the empire from the wrath of the elder gods. Who knows? You also find a great many corpses here, all relatively recently perished, probably all belonging to the unfortunate prospectors who opened up the tectum. What could have killed them down here? None of them display any wounds or damage other than rot. I'd like to take a few men to locate the vault, Thessara announces when the plaza is secured. The rest of you should not wander from here until we find it. I'll go with you, Lagdanar nods and takes 2 reavers with them. The Vagrus is in charge until we return. He tells his remaining mercenaries. This might take a while, Thessara tells you as they're about to leave through a large corridor. Rest but be wary, and with that they are gone. Excuse me? Decide what to do while Thessara and Lagdanar are away. Use magic on the crystal's formations up above. Magical scanning reveals an intriguing scenario. The roots of these crystals are natural, and they emit some innate magic, like many formations do in a Calorus. However, someone cast an enchantment on these clusters, though it is either too complex or too old to decipher. There is also a vague presence around the crystals, and you can feel being watched. Perhaps your mind is playing tricks on you in this forsaken place. Study the statue thoroughly. The Emperor is depicted sitting on a simple throne, one hand holding a scepter, the other reaching towards the sky. He looks muscular and regal, well proportioned, yet somehow featureless. The whole statue is made of marble, except for the mask upon the Emperor's face, which is solid gold. The thought of prying it off crosses your mind, but somehow you have a bad feeling about it. A plaque is fastened to the base of the statue. The text upon it is difficult to make out, and it is written in classical Imperial, something not a lot of people can read. Can you read the text? Of course I can. The plaque seems to be dedicated to Emperor Velen Zavaris, the immortal emperor, and the text lists his many wondrous achievements and attributes. He is called the patron of the noblest dynasty, and confirms that this is his family's tectum, maintained by loyalists who shall keep the bloodline at all cost, even after the disaster visited upon the world by the traitor gods. There is a part that must have been added later at the bottom of the text, judging from the difference in the state of decay. It speaks of a curse thwarting their duty, and a great sacrifice that must be performed. The final sentence reads, "We shall remain loyal beyond the call of death." Perhaps you still have time to do something else. There's gonna be ghosts. What do you do until Thessara's group returns? You may not have time for everything. You hear Thessara's company returning. Thessara and Lagdanar return from a wide corridor they have been investigating. I was right, she says with a hint of triumph. The vault is some ways down that tunnel. She is cut short when you all turn around after suddenly realizing that a weird buzzing sound is getting louder and louder. You manage to locate the source of it. The blue light from the crystal formations above is pulsing slightly and emits the odd noise. Then it falls silent all of a sudden, and the light wanes. What the? Lagdanar groans after a moment, but falls silent when to your horror, you all realize that the corpses are rising all around you. The slain, rotting prospectors clamber to their feet and start to shamble towards your company with murderous intent. Lagdanar, his men, and your companions form a defensive circle around the statue. The fight of your lives ensues. Random zombies. He can't do shit. Mm-mm. Huge crit. The undead crumble as they fall to the ground. There is a veritable hill of them around your comrades now, yet there seems to be no end to them. You look up briefly before another wave of them reaches you, only to see some half-transparent specters circling at the crystalline ceiling above. However, you have no time to ponder the meaning of this as the undead are upon you again. Ghost! Oh, he's dead. Orax can't do shit, like literally nothing. He can't even... Because this does like, I don't know what this is. Is this like psychic damage or something? Yeah, mind. They're immune to mind. So taunting is mind, vomiting is poison. He can't do anything. But he is tanking. Got him. Another few dozen undead are cut down, and there seems to be a lull in their advance. The brief moment is enough for Lagdonar and you to rally the company and lead them into the wide tunnel. It is more defensible, and so you can fight and rest in turns. The last of the undead are defeated in a matter of minutes. That seems to be all of them for now, says the mercenary captain with a satisfied nod. Like you, he is covered in small cuts and bruises. Deciding not to waste more time, you advance down the corridor and follow Thessara's guidance through a maze to finally reach a decorated sealed iron door. It appears that no prospector lived long enough to find and breach the vault. But just as you're about to decide what to do after catching your breath, a handful of translucent specters float out of the walls and grab some of your comrades. Two reavers, Thessara and Lagdonar, are caught this way by the ghosts that look like faded ethereal images of long dead corpses in the torn livery of an old imperial dynasty. Holy sentence. Their icy touch seems to paralyze those they hold. They whisper hateful things, evil things in a hissing tongue you cannot comprehend. You only make out a single sentence. The bloodline shall be pure forever. Are they white supremacists? Try to help Thessara. You leap at Thessara, and although you have no way of harming the spectre, you manage to push the guide out of its grasp. Seeing your courage, your companions jump at the other ghosts and free the others in a similar fashion. Thessara blasts one of the evil spirits with magical fire, and it dissolves with a shrill cry. The undead apparitions are confounded for a moment only, then begin to flail away at your company, their chill touch scarring flesh with terrifying ease. Then Thessara shouts a word of command, and a fiery glow descends upon your comrades. From that instant, your weapons no longer pass through the specters without harming them, but tear into their ethereal bodies, causing major damage instead. Please! Please give me this ability, please! Time to put these cursed souls to rest. And ghosts are so pathetic. Like, the only thing they have going for them is that you can't injure them. But otherwise, they are so bad. They only have 6 HP. But they do have evasion, so they have like a total of 9 HP, basically. You manage to send the specters back into the void. The silence that settles after the last one screams its agonizing death cry. Well, hold on. You manage to send the specters back into the void. The silence that settles after the last one screams its agonizing death cry feels oppressing. Damn, that was close. Ragnar breaks the silence eventually. You gather your wits and regroup, then turn your attention towards the vault door. Cast from iron, they look heavy and immovable at first. Yet Ragnar manages to pry them open using his war pick fairly easily. Old air escapes in a hiss, followed by the deafening grating sound as the mercenary captain pulls the iron doors fully open. The darkness of the chamber beyond yawns at you. It is almost as if blackness inside swallowed up the light from your lanterns. I sense no traps, magical or otherwise, the Thesara announces. Enter carefully. The inside of the vault is a quiet place covered in almost viscous darkness that parts reluctantly as your company ventures deeper. After several minutes of tense, silent exploration, you conclude that nothing threatening is inside the chamber. You find a lot of old things stashed under its low ceiling, most of them damaged beyond repair or even recognition. Frayed carpets, broken amphorae with contents having long ago dissolved into sludge, rotten chests, and corroded metal items. A thorough search reveals that some of the things stored here are in better condition, and so Ragnar and you spend a minute or two dividing the loot as agreed upon previously. Even some of the badly damaged metal can be sold to the right people in the metal-starved world, so you bag as much as you can carry. It is here, Thesara's voice rings clearly in the twilit chamber. You turn towards her and see her standing over a small ivory chest. This is what we came for. Ragnar walks over the guide and opens the small chest, checks what's inside, then nods at her. You ask him what it is. A crest of some sort, I suppose. I suppose an important one for this royal dynasty or some such. The large mercenary says and shrugs. It's what we got to recover for our employer. He collects the chest and instructs his reavers to get going. You and your companions gather your loot and follow them. You exit the vault, bent on leaving the Tecton. To your amazement, nothing unpleasant happens while you retrace your steps to the Tectum's entrance. No walking dead, no specters, no magical traps, nothing to hinder or attack you. However, as you're about to exit the tunnels through the first doorway, you begin to hear the sounds of battle accompanied by a loud cracking noise. You rush out into the blinding light and oppressive heat of the Caloris to find your comitatus and the rest of the Reavers embroiled in a ferocious battle against a huge crystal creature. There are already several wounded lying on the sand, and the monster smashes one of the mercs to death just as you enter the scene. Ragnar yells a war cry and charges in immediately. Rush to the Reaver's aid, or let the Reavers take the brunt of this fight. Nah, I'll rush to their aid. You enter the fray with your companions. As you do, a ragged cheer erupts from the Reavers. The battle is joined. I'm not a dishonorable man, though I am a little bit. Armor 2. Mark target increases crit chance or something, I think. Immune to poison, of course. Die! He has 3 armor. It's not good. Oh! Red Kylon evaded? Holy moly! Is this possible? Oh, both of these are armor. Oh, Renkylon has armor piercing. It actually pierces 2 armor, I think. No, he only has 2 armor. It pierces 1. I'm just gonna do that. I do need to get a fully armor piercing skill. The giant crystal creature is eventually brought down by a barrage of attacks. Its cracked body breaks into 1,000 pieces as it falls. The light inside its crystalline form, snuffed out forever. You and Lagdonar quickly check for casualties. The Reavers are down 3 mercs since your departure from Lumen, and the captain is quite unhappy. Still, the threat was extinguished and it's time to leave. However, you realize that if you had the right equipment, skill, and manpower, you could harvest the rare crystal from the creature's corpse. Aww. Sure. The Comitatus accompanied by the... That was so not worth it. Like, holy shit. Like, almost anything that has to do with gathering things is fucking trash. Like, the balance on things like that is so off. Like, harvesting salt or whatever. I got 3 Ceruleus crystals for harvesting it. A stack is 30. I got 3. Like, I don't get it. It's like whenever you get monetary rewards and it's like you get one silver. It's like, okay. Sure. The Comitatus, accompanied by the surviving Dread Reavers, finally leaves the Tectum behind and begins its journey back from this eerie crystal forest. Thessara and Lagdonar join you at the head of the column. Now that we have recovered the item, we are to take it to Arkan and contact the employer. The guide says nonchalantly. Are there going to be follow-up assignments? The large mercenary captain asks her. I'm not sure. I just follow orders like you do, Thessara replies. I just know who to contact in Arkan, and with that my own assignment is complete. I am sure you can expect to be paid there, and who knows, perhaps a new contract from then on. Lagdonar decides to leave it at that for now, but keeps checking on the crest every hour or so. You set out across the Calorus. You gain beaten and bruised. Sure. So we want to go to Arkan now. That's just through there. You enter the city gate and the Comitatus settles down in the Mansion along with your Dread Reaver allies. When everything is done, you and Lagdonar sit down for a cold one to take your minds off the road. Thessara joins you shortly, all business as usual. I will take my leave now and debrief our employer's local contact. They will then send somebody here to pay you for your service. All right, lass, the mercenary captain raises his mug. Cheers for your help. See you around, eh? I don't think so, the guide says awkwardly. I'll take my payment and leave this dump. That said, I enjoyed working with you two, but that is no reason to get too friendly. She nods and leaves the inn. A wee bit stuck up for my taste, that one, but I'd still hit it, Lagdonar murmurs after Thessara is gone, then turns to you. So I guess it's just you and me now, and our payment soon, I hope. You just have to wait and see. The next hour or so flies by as you and Lagdonar kick back and discuss the job. At length, a stranger appears and introduces himself as Urkor, a short fellow in an unassuming tunic and a dagger at his side. He's the kind of man you would pass on the street without noticing him. Lagdonar evidently knows him and gets up to shake his hand. Then you go to a private room in the back. I'm here to check on the item, Urkor says in a soft voice, and to pay you after I verify its authenticity, as agreed upon by Master Lagdonar. After he sees the silver crest in the chest, Urkor nods at the two of you in appreciation. He hands Lagdonar a pouch full of silver coins, and the mercenary captain counts your share. 12 brass? Shit, that paid for, like, the journey at least. Nice. You drink to the success of the mission, yet to your surprise, Urkor does not take the crest. Our employer does not wish for me to take this. Rather, they offer further work, should you be interested. The task is simple. Take the item to Salem, and you will receive further instructions there. I am sure that you would love to know more, but discretion is the key here. And not only will your tasks be similar in nature to what you have already accomplished, but you will also be very, very handsomely compensated. What say you? Lagdonar accepts the employment right away and turns to you. Want to partner up again, Vagrus? I say we make a fine team. Also, with several Reavers croaking back at the Tectum, I'd appreciate the help. Stay partners, but not with 50-50 shares. You propose 70-30. Lagdonar gives your proposal a thought, stroking his massive beard. That's too much. I'm willing to go for 60-40, mate. No more. Deal? Deal. You stay partners with Lagdonar. Garrick and Harvick gain loyalty. That's the spirit. Lagdonar shakes your hand enthusiastically, then turns back to Urkor. So, we're in. Excellent, the agent says. Although you do not need to hurry, you should get to Salem in the foreseeable future, with the item. When you arrive, seek out a man called Ser Kendar. He will be in the Saltshaker Inn. He will instruct you further. Satisfied with the results, Urkor takes his leave of you. All right, mate. Get your things in order, and when you are ready, me and my men will be here, along with the item. Heh. I think that's like... I think what we're doing here, more or less, is delivering some kind of royal seal to a foreign nation. I think that's what's happening here. Oh. Something along those lines. Now we're in this place. Critical fail. Like, you always fail these fucking jobs, man. Mirage. Mirage. I don't really want to go over to Mirage, but maybe we go a trip around the block before we do this quest. Might be a good idea. Because I do have a bunch of garbage in my inventory here. The dragon steel. We need to sell that in Devon. We're in Arkan. This is the marble place. Okay, sure. And Kailong can get level 5. Let's see. Furtive stab. Yeah, this ignores armor. That would be really good, really good. So he would need dexterous 5. Craven. Bonus evade. This one is good, but it's like, it's not that good. Your successful evades and blocks no longer decrease evade and block by 15 percentage points each time. Like, it's good, but this doesn't do anything for the first evade. And the first evade is more important anyway. This gives vitality and evade. This needs perceptive 5. Savvy. He doesn't really need more stats, does he? This gives vitality. Maybe we'll get a little bit of bullshit here. Prospecting. I think I'm already good enough to con, but... Point in engineering might be good for him to, so he can blow things up. It's 2 vitality. 8 all res. Or 25 all res. Because he should be quite tanky, but he just kind of isn't. Because he has 14 vitality, he has 42% evade, which should mean that he has kind of around 20 health-ish, 19-20, on average. But, and on top of that, he heals every time he attacks. So he should be kind of tanky, but I feel like he just dies every single time instantly. Alright. The Trail of the Beast. Walking through the dusty streets of Arkin, you come upon a town crier announcing various news of general interest, such as current marble prices and open job opportunities. One of these catches your ear. And let it be known that Hermann the Herder is willing to grant a substantial reward to anyone brave enough to go after the vile beast haunting the outskirts of our fair city. The man can be found at his lodgings near the main gate. From what you can see, not a lot of folks are interested. Maybe here's a chance to line your purse. Go and visit Hermann to inquire about the job. Hi, he's super happy. You find Hermann the Herder sitting in front of his hut near the city gates, just as advertised. All around him various animal skins are displayed on racks, while behind his abode, vast pens containing various livestock stretch as far as the eye can see. He is a burly man with sunburnt skin. You tell him you're here about the job. Hermann nods. Finally someone. Let me give you the details. It all started about 2 months ago when my animals began to disappear. 1 or 2 falling prey to wasteland predators is no big deal in itself around here, but then it became regular. 3 a week, 4 a week, you catch my drift. And then, just a fortnight ago, one of the boys tending to the flock went missing. Then another one. It's quite obvious to me that there's some vicious monster at work here. One critter that's got itself some mighty appetite for easy prey. I already complained to the town militia, but they won't do nothing. They're more preoccupied with guarding those precious marble slabs of theirs. I wonder if you were inclined to help me. 12 silver is all I can offer. Gathered from the handful of locals who care. Okay. Thank you, Vagrus. The last victim of the creature, whatever it might be, was a young boy herding some sleigh rats. It happened about a day's walk from the northern city walls, at an abandoned quarry just at the border of Arkoros forest. Maybe you should go there first. Look for tracks and clues. Where? This isn't a forest. It's a stone forest. Okay, fair enough. Promise him to look for the site and leave. Krifta gained loyalty. Oh. Alright, let's go kill the undead shopkeeper. That must be standing at his workbench, listening to you intently. No, we already bought everything from him. Time to do the job Watcher Caletheus tasked you with and destroy Thadmus. You and your companions draw weapons. Thadmus does not seem surprised, but of course, how could he? Instead, he regards you calmly one by one. I assume the Ashgolites sent you, he asks. You nod. He nods too. That was to be expected sooner or later. It rather surprises me why it took so long for the church to come to this decision. Ashgolites and their monopoly on undeath. He looks you straight in the eye. As I surmise, this isn't personal and you bear me no ill will. How about a counteroffer? Could you be persuaded to help me instead? I may not be able to pay what the church does, but I'll owe you. I would disappear from Arkin, but I need to do something first, and I need assistance with that. What do we think? Reconsider an offer to help Thapmus. I think they're all gonna hate that. Oh, nobody complain. You tell Thapmus you're willing to help him out. Naturally, his face shows no expression, but still, you get the impression that he is rather surprised, maybe even touched. As he speaks, there is a hint of reverence in his voice. That is most generous of you, Vagrus. I cannot compensate you for the time being, but I shall come up with something befitting once this is over. You ask him what he needs. The most important task right now is to finish my new body. Fortunately, I've made remarkable progress recently, but there are still a few things missing. You guess he wants you to bring those things to him. He nods. Exactly. I need 3 specific components. First of all, more clay, but not just any kind. In the southern swamps of Margorad can be found an orange-hued variety. Bring me as much of it as possible, but beware, you mustn't let it dry out, else it will be of no use to me. Be sure to pack plenty of water for the journey to constantly keep it wet. He shows you a small clump of the rare clay so that you can find some in the swamp. Then I need an energy crystal, a large one. It isn't a very common item, but neither is it exactly rare. Crystal mancers are known to produce and sometimes sell them. I'd guess your best chance to find one is in the vicinity of the Crystal Forest, the Kaleri nearby. Indeed, there are large crystal forests to the west of Arkan. Lastly, I want you to bring me an amulet of gold. He hands you a small piece of parchment with the sketch of a socketed trinket. This is how it should look. I am at a loss as to where exactly you could procure it, but larger towns tend to have jewelsmiths. Maybe you could try one of those. You ask Thapmus whether this is all. For the time being, yes. Bring these items to me so I can finish my body. Once that is done, I will have one more favor to ask of you. Since I can't stay here, I need to relocate. I won't be able to make the journey alone, so I'll need you to escort me. There, if and when I manage to set up shop again, I shall find you a worthy reward. You promise Thapmus to look for the items he needs to leave the shop. Alright. Yeah. So now we head over to the Beast of Arkan. Now we'll do that later. We head over to Lumen Fort Viridium. Yeah. Drusian Quarry. We can maybe sell iron weapons there. Okay. Up over there. Yeah. I do actually have to go to both of these. Vagrus. We won't go to Vagrus, I think. No. We're in Lumen now. She wanted bright kelp and dies. No, we're going to Viridium. So we don't actually want to equip that. Housing rod. We just want to rush down there. Another 100. What is going on, dude? These taxes are insane. 100. Wait. A 100. Did it actually cost that? Yeah, okay, it did. 300. Right. Yeah. It did. Yeah, it did cost 100. Oh my god. I don't get it. Like, the values are so crazy. It's like you do a quest, you get one fucking coin, and then you travel on the road, and it takes 100. Like, all of the quests in the entire game that I've finished so far have given me less rewards than this one road tax. I don't get it. I genuinely don't get it. Sold a bit of salt. But that's pretty much it as well. They don't actually sell anything here at all. Alright, so up to Drusian. Bandits? Oh, huge horde of bandits. Jesus. Fuck you. Enslave? 2 soldiers and a scout. Hello, hold seat. Happy Easter. Can't reach. We'll have to march in. Slave shipment. How many dwarven gadgets do I have? Quite a few. Rare quality weapon. Crystal lamp. Yeah. That's all I have. Find someone who can direct you to the rogue Sadirar tribe in the area. You approach the stocky building where the lodgings and offices of the administrative staff can be found in the shadow of the fortified tower. At the entrance, you are stopped by 2 bored-looking guards who stolidly command you calm, dependable, and showing little emotion or animation. Alright. I am stolidly commanded. Stolid. At the entrance, you are stopped by 2 bored-looking guards who stolidly command you to state your business, more out of routine than of an earnest sense of duty. You tell them you came to deal with the Sadirar on the Justiciar's behalf. You tell them you came to deal with the Sadirar on the Justiciar's behalf. The guards glance at each other. You heard of some Sadirar? One asks the other. Suppose the Vagrus means those savages up north, his partner replies. Ah, those, the first one says. Didn't even know they were Sadirar. All right, then. That would be Vern's business. Kindly lead our guest to her office, will ya? While I stay here counting flies. The second guard leads you through the gateway and across an open office space. People in light garbs go about their business here, carrying scrolls of parchment, slates, ledgers, and the like. You enter a small office with the 3 desks. The guard points to a stocky, dark-skinned woman, currently examining some kind of a file. Potter of Arn, this Vagrus says he's come to do something about that tribe. The woman leans back in her chair. Good. But what's that got to do with me? I have quite a workload here. You tell her that the shelter's Master of Justice sent you and explain that you were told someone will point you in the right direction. You just have a few questions. The fewer, the better, replies Potter of Arn. Ask away then. Ask who these savages are. Potter of Arn rubs her eyes. They are Sadirar. What else do you need to know? We don't have a lot of information about them anyway, just bits and pieces cobbled together from the evidence found after their attacks. Those suggest they belong to a smaller tribe of Earth worshippers. I imagine they're not too happy with our operation here. Other than that, or why they came this far from the west. Well, that's your job to find out. You ask her where you should look for them. Potter of Arn unrolls a map of the quarry's vicinity. You should look up north, about here, she says, pointing out an uncharted speck of land not too far from the quarry. That's where most of the assaults on Supply Comitati and our own patrols occurred. I'm sure their camp must be somewhere close, although Sadirar are usually in the habit of roaming around. Anything else? You're done. Good, and please don't come back here when you're done. I'm quite busy, as you can see, and this matter lies with the Justiciar Maximus entirely. With that, she returns to her ledger. Take your leave. She's not too happy. I don't have iron weapons. We only have shitty weapons, bronze weapons, and steel weapons. I don't know who buys steel weapons. Don't have that written down, I think. But they do sell somewhere. The Merchant Lord Valabentu is always open for a talk, and for business. Report your success in the matter of the Larnac warehouses. Your report that the warehouses were secured for Rashid's operation delight Valabentu, but he does not want you to go into details. I do not need to know how you did it, Vagrus. That is not the point. I am sure that your competence was the key to House Okwo's success in the matter. Our agents there can now begin expanding our presence thanks to you. Your efforts should not go unrewarded, even though the gratitude of the Okwo is no small reward in itself. He opens a drawer, reaches in, and presents you with a beautiful silver necklace with jade inlays, and a pair of engraved bronze bracers with red precious stones in them. You thank the Merchant Lord for his generosity. 2 rare jewelry. Alright, that's it. You can buy onyx here, but I don't think we really want to buy any onyx here. Could buy marble. Nothing is in demand. Dyes are cheaper in Larnac, Utvarar. Let's not bother with that. Ceruleus crystals. It's actually kind of valuable. 27 in Larnac, 30 in Avernum. Buy it for 24. Is that worth it? Maybe. The obsidian blades, complete trash. Never worth ever. Obsidian. We are now in... Let's change this to... Drusian. Then we have obsidian here. It's 3. In Avernum it's worth 5. So that's 2 for each stack, which is kind of pathetic, but... Yes. Did they ever say why obsidian is contraband? No. Obsidian is not contraband, but obsidian blades are contraband. Now, why is that? I don't know, but... Because it's not like weapons are illegal or anything like that. So I don't know why obsidian blades are illegal. And in the same manner, it's not illegal for me to like carry around tons of equipment and selling that. So, no, I have no clue. I have never seen anything regarding that. Aeosian Quarry. But we will have to... Nah, we don't have to take a nap here. Savage business. Alright, let's just take care of this then. Is that it? Yeah, I think that's it. After scouring the area indicated by Pot of Arn for some time, your scouts finally report finding what can only be the Sadirar camp. About a dozen tents, Vagrus, one of them recollects. No fortifications. It seems to be but a temporary camp. A lot of women and children, but also quite a few warriors. Truth be told, they seem quite peaceful. You have to consider your next step. Gather a few companions and approach the camp. Maybe you can speak with the Sadirar. And maybe it's not them. 2? What is he good at? Intimidation, persuasion, survival. Do we actually go Vorak? Vorax? Maybe. Before you set out, you grab a horn in case things go awry, and you should require the assistance of your fighters, who are told to be prepared for a quick intervention. As you approach the camp, you are instantly spotted. Screams of alarm emerge, and fierce-looking warriors, men and women alike, rush forward to face the intruder. You hold your arms in the air to show you bear no ill intent, for now, and walk on undeterred. From between the tents, a small committee emerges and sets out to meet you. It is led by a tall, gaunt older man dressed in leather and garbs of grey, brown and black. His face and arms covered in dried mud. This must be the chief shaman, the leader of this small tribe. He is accompanied by 2 menacing fighters. "Stop where you are, stranger," he commands with a deep, powerful voice. "I am Heintas Quakecaller of the Aphiri. You are trespassing on our territory. What do you seek?" Halting, you wait until he approaches you with his guards, his tribe at his back, while your comitatus a few dozen yards away behind you. You tell him you wish to speak to them. Speak, then. The chief shaman seems to be a man of honor, but he clearly distrusts you, and why shouldn't he? You are aware you tread on dangerous ground here. Ask what brings a tribe of Sadirar so far from their homeland. The Sadirar roam wherever they want to, but you are right, stranger. The Aphiri tribe has indeed drifted far from our people's usual paths, Haitas says. Why, you ask? We were guided by the great spirit of earth who spoke to me in dreams, bringing mighty visions. It showed me a great abomination, a sacrilege, a wound on the spirit's face, torn by mortals obsessed with greed to plunder its treasures, to steal its essence. He must refer to the quarry. So we came. The chief shaman continues, through countless days and vast trackless distances to aid it and punish those who would dare to exploit and abuse its flesh. So this is why you harass the Drusian quarry and its surroundings, you ask. It is no harassment, but righteous retribution, a lesson taught in pain, Heintas says. Now, speak yourself. What do you want from the Aphiri tribe? Ask him to take his people and leave this area for good. The shaman looks angry, but contains himself. Leave, when our work has just begun, he asks, raising his deep, powerful voice slightly. Why would we? What power could possibly force us? We bear the blessing of the great earth spirit. Okay, so this is a little weird. Like, I can threaten him, which is only intimidation, or I can persuade him, which is persuasion, charismatic, religion, and savvy all at once. So, like, this is just harder? Why would I threaten him then? I guess if I don't have any of these things. But sure, yeah, we'll persuade him. The shaman looks like someone who holds honesty in high regard, so you decide to play it straight. First, you tell him about the bounty. Upon hearing this, he is of course outraged, although not really surprised, but he listens on. You continue to describe to him how there are countless quarries in the region, and that his tribe couldn't possibly hope to destroy even a single one, let alone all of them. How even if you leave or are killed right here, the Empire would keep on sending bounty hunters, maybe even a legion against the Apheri, until they are destroyed or enslaved. Surely this cannot be the intention of the great Earth Spirit. Maybe the visions granted by it could be interpreted in some other way. Heintas thinks long and hard about this. You can see how determination, anger, worry, doubt and sadness clash inside him. Then he nods slowly. You speak wisely, stranger, he admits. Maybe I did misread those dreams, and as a result led my people astray, into unnecessary danger. We shall do what you ask and leave these parts, never to return. But what will you tell your masters? You tell him that you'll need some kind of a tribal token as proof that you have defeated them. He understands, and you are handed a banner of the Apheri. After you part ways, in mutual respect, while the Comitatus prepares to leave, the Sadirar do likewise, disassembling their camp. As the Comitatus sets out, you can see Heintas Quakecaller raising his palm to a silent farewell. Okay. Then we head up to Crystal, I think. Yeah. We're gonna go Crystal, Mirage, Forsaken Colony, Larnac. It's kind of a shitty path, but it's gonna be shitty. It's gonna be shitty no matter what. Ooh, critical success. Hunting. Finally, some good fucking food. But like the success chance is so bad. I just don't get it. Like you're supposed to fail. You're supposed to it's so hard. It's so hard to like get anything out of it. Because you're supposed to scout, but scouting eats up like all of your movement, so you can't really do it. Because if I were to scout for somewhere to get food, it would take up like half of my movement, and then I need to go there and actually like do the hunting, which takes up 2 movement. And even then, it's like, is that even gonna give me like an amount of food that matters? Like, I kind of don't think so. So I feel like unless you have like a very, very specific setup where you have like every single hunting item, you have every single, like, you have a Venatoris and a chief handler, like maybe there is a chance in hell that you could maybe manage to do scouting and hunting if you are using only horses and you have no beasts of burden at all, because then you can travel 12, which means you have a little bit of movement left over to actually scout and also hunt and also move. But otherwise, it's just completely useless. And even then, you're probably not gonna find somewhere to hunt anyway. So it's like I use 267 food per day. So if I fail to even find food for 1 day, or find a hunting spot for 1 day, I can't make up for that by finding a hunting spot another day. Like, you just lose. That's why it's so weird. Like, I don't get it. And like maybe you need like 30 scouts or something. I don't know. I just don't get it. Maybe that's just it, that I just don't have enough scouts, and that's it. Maybe. But it doesn't feel like scouts is something that you would want to have a lot of, right? And even so, I have like 10. That's still quite a lot, I would say. How long have I had all these fucking slaves? Oh, hold on. It's because I have a shipment of slaves, right? I don't actually want to sell my slaves. So we want to go to Mirage right away. We also want to go to Avernum eventually. Here, you want some marble? 2 stacks. Silver is not in demand. Flavo crystals are not in demand. I can't get grain here. No. This path does work, yeah. Damn, tons of guys. Larnac, Avernum, Utvorar. Okay. I still have too many slaves right now. Let's get rid of those. Need 2 more fighters. 2 more horses. Potrar. Do we want to try doing the... Yeah. Yeah. Let's do that. Then now we're in Mirage. Silver does not go over well here. Either just Flavo crystals or ceruleum, I think. Yeah. Obsidian is in demand here. Okay. But that's it. One grain. Dried fruit. Yeah. Whatever. That's all there is to that. Now we go down to the Forsaken Colony. Gonna have to go like this, I think. I don't know. There is a path here too. I believe. I just don't know which path would be closer. I think both paths are ass though. Doesn't really matter. Let's just go this way. Oh, my slaves are unruly. Will you chill out? Alright, you have to go around and in there. Sudden gales and odd winds. Don't worry about it. No, 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 no! Oh, I hate that you can't cancel it. Moved into the wrong place. I wonder if I'm gonna go and eat some food soon. I'm not sure. I was thinking maybe playing some Victoria, maybe. For a bit. Maybe take a little break from this for a day. Scortar Warband. Hello. Fuck is the Scortar? Victoria is nice. I only played a little teeny tiny bit of Victoria 3 for like practicing a little bit because we were gonna play a game of it at some point, which didn't end up happening really. So I haven't played it much, but I do want to try it to check out the mechanics and stuff. So maybe we'll do some Victoria 3 after I finish eating my food. Could be a thing. Six companions. Let's do companion combat. Oh, they're literally scorpion centaurs. That's what a scortar is. Okay, I understand. I understand. It's a little silly, but I understand. Just trying to kill their leader to break their spirit. Johnson's frestelse. I'm gonna make tacos. Johnson's is pretty good though. I don't like fish, but it's one of those things where it doesn't feel like you're eating fish as long as it's prepared right. I love fish. I hate fish. I can tolerate like lux. Or salmon, as the Americans would know it. Salmon. I can tolerate salmon. Yeah. A roe on egg. Yeah. Well, I don't know about roe, but like caviar, which is kind of the same thing. Cullis on egg is really good. I like that. Kind of. I kind of like that. I don't like eggs. I like tacos. I like pizzas. But we're eating more tacos nowadays because it doesn't have a bunch of bread. Alright, we killed some Scortars. Let's see what we can trade with these fellas. Visit the Ogre Colony. Ask what they need and what they can give you. What? See how you could get metal scraps. Yeah. 3 measures of salt for 3 piles of metal scraps. Plus 3 metal scraps. Okay. 8 portions of dried fruit for a pile of metal scrap. Okay. That was like not worth it. I usually don't like fish, but I tried sea bass and red snapper this year in Aruba, and it may have been the tastiest thing I've ever tried. It depends, it heavily depends on how it's prepared as well. Like, just doing salmon in the oven or salmon in the oven can be good, but I feel like if you do it correctly and you have like the right sauce and stuff to it, it can be really good. Ask if you can help them in any way. Agoram looks you in the eye. You have proven to be helpful thus far, he confirms, nodding. Are you up for an excursion? You see, sometimes we leave the confines of the colony. Some of us do, anyhow. One such expedition failed to return. I am reluctant to send any of our own after them, as I am almost certain that they have perished, but perhaps you could look into this for us and return their belongings to us. Those are heirlooms of their families, and are among the only things that remind us of home. The pair, Kedarun and Esandra, have left to investigate the abandoned Urg hive to the south of us. You tell Agoram that you will look for them. Okay. I'm very partial to steak and lamb. Goat can be good as well as pork. I like bread. Bread is good. The red snapper was fried and super crispy. Yeah, I don't like it when it's wet. Fish sticks are okay. Fish sticks with lemon mayo. I don't really like lamb. Like I don't eat. I've barely had it, to be honest. It's not something that we really... Fiskpinnar och sötsursås. That's a weird combo. I do love sötsursås, but I don't know if fiskpinnar really is a good combination there. I like it. I like sötsursås with just falukorv. Makaroner, falukorv och sötsursås. That's fucking good. That's good. Yeah, it's so good. Like, you don't understand. Fry the falukorv, just put in the Uncle Ben's sötsursås, and eat it with pasta. It's so good. It's so good. Ugh. So amazing. I too like bread. Usually I make salmon on the grill in a fish basket with a hoisin soy ginger glaze with some orange zest. Damn, look at this chef. Look at the chef over here. But yeah. My American accent is fucking hilarious. I guess so. I'm trying to have less of a Swedish accent, but I know it's not a really, you know, it's very hard to actually eliminate your accent. Like you have to like basically go to a vocal coach or something. You have pretty little Swedish accent though. Well, it comparatively to an American, probably not. Comparatively to probably like most Swedes, probably true. Because I've actually tried to not do it. But you know, it's not like I'm PewDiePie or something. Because I can't even really do a Swedish accent almost anymore. You have to just stop trying. And it's like you have to like say everything like you're a Swedish person. Like everything is like you talk it like it's Swedish. I don't know. And it's I don't know. I can't do that anymore. But you have to like talk in a completely different way when you're speaking American. It's like the complete opposite of how you speak Swedish, which is why it's really hard. It's if you're a Swede, it's like really easy to learn how to speak Japanese or something because it's pronounced in the same way. While American, it's like you have to speak like down in your throat. While in Swedish, you speak at the tip of your mouth more, and American is spoken more like a completely, you know, it's like a continuous airflow, and you're just kind of shaping the words like this. While in Swedish, it's just bursts of air all the time. For every single word, there is a different burst of air like this all the time. So it's super weird. Man pratar så här i Sverige. Take a look around the abandoned Erg nest. Not everywhere. No. Not like that. That's like a Robert Gustafsson dialect. Jagged cliffs, meandering ravines, and broken hills hide a large hollow shaped like a bowl. Carved out of the rocky ground over 100 feet deep at its lowest point, along its steep walls are dozens of dark openings leading even further below, into the tunnels surreptitiously dug by wayward ergs long ago. Descend into the crater-like hollow to take a look around with your most trusted combs. Robert the Goat? Yeah, he's great. I like him a lot. How fucked is this guy? Not that fucked. Ren Kailan is going to start crying if I bring him down there. Maybe we just leave him. Like, it's kind of funny because he's a scout, and if you bring him down into, like, any cave, he's just gonna start crying. So, sure, let's bring these guys. The hollow and the tunnels were evidently abandoned a long time ago. Decades it would seem. There's no sign of ergs ever having dwelt here, and the tunnels are mostly collapsed further in. The ones that did not now look dangerously unstable. You would not want to enter without a very good reason. You promised Agoram to take a look around, so you have to delve deeper. I remember watching Parlamented when I was a kid. Yeah. I mean, I almost don't consider myself like having been a kid then, but I guess I was in the middle of my teens or something. Probably, yeah. How old are you? Your group enters the dark. Your group enters the dark, cool tunnels and make its way ahead ponderously, without the ergs to maintain them. The circular corridors look the worse for wear. Walls are cracked, while the insectoid's hardened secretions they used to stabilize its structure peeled away, and many side tunnels have collapsed altogether. You make the group stop when a few pieces of rocky rubble fall onto your necks. It's way too risky to go deeper. 89? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm 88. Pretty much the same then. The Comitatus's expertise regarding tunnels is necessary to keep descending. Luckily, your group can muster enough tunneling expertise one way or the other, and you find a way through the most unstable parts of the maze quickly enough. At length, you make your way to a larger cavern, from which half a dozen corridors of different sizes snake away. The light of your torches reveals shed chitin plates that are old enough to crumble into dust upon touch. You exchange looks, however, when you find the marks of recent activity. It seems that something heavy was dragged along the cavern floor. Then you hear the roar. Your blood freezes when what sounds like the howl of a beast echoes down the tunnels. It did not come from afar. Your companions only have time to hurriedly take up a defensive formation before something large begins to move in the darkness of the cavern and emerges into the light of your torches a few tense moments later. Oh! Holy shit. The creature you see before you would be over 9 feet tall, but it drags itself along the ground on all fours due to the extensive deformations wrecking its muscular body. Bone protrusions and flesh growths cover it randomly, forming natural armor and weapons that it could use against its foes. Hunchbacked and twisted, the beast must be in constant pain, which fuels its apparent anger and insanity. Only the taint could have produced something like this, but the original form was not that of a human. You vaguely recall hearing tales of Imperial legions capturing creatures not unlike these and releasing them into enemy spear lines to wreak havoc before eventually succumbing to their wounds. The horror charges you. That is not at all what I was expecting. That's just one of the ogres. Eat shit. Can he be poisoned? Barely. He does have armor, so maybe we just shoot him. Put down some vases. A vase. Base. Ow! The twisted, bestial ogre falls, its body thrashing for a few moments before going motionless. Luckily, it did not hit the walls in its death throes. You are sure that would have collapsed the cabin. After a moment of respite, you gather the group and take a look around the creature's lair. It is no more than a filthy, stinking burrow at the far end, though what you find around it grabs your attention immediately. 2 relatively fresh corpses lie beside each other with their equipment piled up close, two relatively fresh corpses lie beside each other with their equipment piled up close by, including 2 silver medallions with a symbol that could best be described as a rod with a star on its top. There are also weapons with bone shafts and blue crystal blades. The pair look somewhat like the ogre, only without any sign of the taint. Instead, they have pristine alabaster skin and noble features. They must have stood around 9 feet tall. Conversely, their attire looks simple, almost that of savages, with hardened leather armor pieces added here and there. The way they are laid out beside each other, hands on their chests, recalls funeral rites, performed with tact and kindness. Surely the tainted beast could not have done this, could it? None of the creatures could be the cause of the Urg's disappearances from the hive, which happened decades ago. The tainted ogre must have found the tunnels and moved in, while the other 2 wandered in later only to be murdered. At least that is your working theory. You grab the crystalline weapons and silver medallions before leaving the lair and heading to the surface. Now you can return to Agoram with the sad news. You ascend to the surface in one piece through the maze of unstable tunnels. Breathing the arid desert air has a surprisingly calming effect after the darkness of the hives. You climb out of the hollow and leave the area. Okay. and we go back. Return their kin's heirlooms. You tell Agram what happened in the depths of the Forlorn Hive, how you battled a tainted beast that once was an ogre, and found the corpses of his kinfolk. Once you have the items brought to the ravines by your combs, and you hand them over, the pale giants gather around the small pile with solemn expressions. Kedarun and Esanra, Agram sighs their name. Imarur Fareakt Arkon Irat. You decide not to break the long silence that follows. At length, Agaram turns to you. Thank you for this, although we have not expected the owners of these to return. Learning of their demise still hurts. Kedarun and Esanra were husband and wife. I wed them myself. Against the colony's wishes, they decided to set out and find Esanra's uncle who went missing months ago. If what you say is true, I'm afraid they found him. Only too late. Once they take the items away, Agaram has one of his warriors run back to the colony to fetch something while he explains how Esanra's uncle left because he felt the taint take hold of him, but the couple did not want to hear about the futility of their expedition. She was with child, Agaram concludes solemnly. His warrior returns with a cloth sack, and the ogre leader produces from it a beautiful circlet of silver, decorated with precious stones. This belonged to an old ally, Ikarion, an Ithil Realms walker. We have no use for it. Too small for anyone's head here, but perhaps it could help you. Please, take it as a token of our gratitude. Take it and thank Agaram for the gift. Ikarion's circlet. Ask about Archon. Agaram removes his necklace and shows the silver medallion hanging from it. The insignia, carved out of a beautiful piece of deep blue crystal, looks like a torch that is alight with what looks like a many-pronged star. Archon is our god, the ogre leader tells you with reverence. He is our shield and protector, and his light shines upon the true path. Without his holy guidance, our people would have long been swallowed up by unthinkable darkness. And so Archon is in all our hearts and minds. In the olden days, he was worshipped by many beings out on the realms, but since the rise of the damned, so many of his followers were lost. Agaram's voice trails off. You wonder out loud why the people of this continent have not heard of this god of light. The ogre smiles. Are you sure about that? He looks away, spying the distant horizon where a mirage dances. I leave the colony sometimes, to hunt, to explore, to learn even. One time I met a strange old man in the desert. We shared the fire that night, out in the middle of nowhere, and he told me stories. I told him some too. Once he heard Archon's name, he cackled, and said there was an old god of this world called Arcus, a son of a god-king, who was also the sun when it wasn't this cruel. Perhaps he was also Archon, somehow, but then he told me that these ancient gods abandoned this world, and so I am not certain. Talk about something else. Okay. We have 2 days of supplies. That's, yeah. Probably don't want to give that away. Alright, so now we need to get to Larnac on 2 days of supplies. And I'm fatigued. Yeah. We just go here. Everyone is hungry. Oh, sandworms. Maybe we can get some food. Save the beasts. Oh shit. Was the guy that the circlet belonged to the same guy you met when you went through the rift? I don't think so, no. And the reason for that, I don't really remember what his name was called, or what his name was, but the reason for that is I think these guys are the same race. Maybe not. He did call him an Ithil, right? Maybe it is him. Because I kind of assumed that the ogres were like Ithil who kind of lost their path or something like that, or lost their history, and now they're just kind of known as something else. But it seems like they kind of know. But I think they are somewhat related or similar, or if not the same. I'm not sure. But maybe that could be true. I should go back there soon. I've been meaning to, but I just haven't gotten to it. But he did say that it was too small for their heads, which also makes me wonder, like, maybe not? I don't know. What just happened? Did you eat some of my workers? What have I told you about that? Titan? Oof. Oh shit, we're still near dead, bro. Oh no. Oh boy. Oh, I think we'll make it. We'll make it. We should be able to march this turn. Oh, no, maybe this path is better. I won't make it. That's 8. This is 9, but you can go there. Starving! We made it! Supplies! As it doesn't help that I was... Because being mounted, it eats 292. Not mounted, it eats 260. Both are still very high, but one is obviously lower than the other. Flavo crystals sell decently here. Do I buy the dyes here? Or in Larnak? They would be cheaper in Utvarar, but I don't know if they have dyes. That's the thing. But I think it would be fine if we bought it there instead. Titan not good here. And Ceruleus also not good here. Well, it is kind of good, but I think we'll maybe keep that. We need to buy Bright Kelp here, but we're going in. So I kind of want to buy scrap metal when we're going this way. More supplies. And maybe some bright kelp. Sure. One pristine trophy. Sell information to the Venari. Show her the House Venari, even more than other trading houses, has always been known for dealing in information. When you hint to agents about your intention of divulging something valuable, they know what to do, and lead you straight to some office where you are soon joined by a senior agent by the name of Teknavran. She smiles and tells you that she is listening, then hints at a handsome reward, should she judge the information worth her time. Show her the Red Dragon Guard's reports about the region's abolitionists. Teknavran looks through the stack of parchments with increasing astonishment. By the gods, this is magnificent, Vagrus, she tells you. House Venari will be indebted to you if you sold us these. We're willing to give you 60 brass for the stack. I don't think that anyone would give you a better price, especially if you count the noble trading house's friendship, which is priceless on its own. Sure, you can have them. House Venari, report the activities of the renegade necromancer near Margorad. After the agent listens to your story, she shakes her head and leans closer to look into your eyes. Vagrus, she says, as if to a child, I am sure that you were told that this is sensitive information, including who it implicates. Now, you have told me, and since we in House Venari are such patriots, there is nothing to be ashamed of, but please, for the love of all that is blessed by the Emperor, do not tell this to anyone else. Do not risk the wrath of the Sargorodites, nor the brand of a traitor. She hands you a silver coin. This is also for keeping the story to yourself from now on. Okay. Whoops. Uh-oh. Couldn't have done that. All right. Sandworm trophies. How many do I have? Tons. Tons and tons and tons. Several out. I don't know why there's not just a button for handing all of them in. I don't know. The field. It is here, Vagrus. We have a book. It is The Fall of Elves by Master Morses. What a great scholar Master Morses was, Xandros says with a faint knowing smile. What a fellow. Allegedly. He lived in the 5th century after the Calamity, and was among the first and only humans the elves of Dor Anthalas have let enter their Riven Realm, and leave unharmed. He hands you a small book that is an academic treatise on elves in the 4th Age. Upon reading it, you find a lot of interesting tidbits and lore, not only about Dor Anthalas and the people of the Last Tree, but also about other distant city-states of elven folk, like Caravan, today called the Howling City, or distant Velenestil, half sunk beneath the sands at the southern edge of the Bronze Desert. Morsius was primarily interested in elven poetry, prose, and mythical symbolism in their literature, but by researching these, he does delve into related topics regarding culture and ethnology that piques your interest. Intriguing and informative. What do we order now? Bestiaris Imperium, Volume 4. Oh, we can buy something? We're savvy enough. Purchase Master Zibolosh's A Guide to Meaning and Method. It requires quite the mind to comprehend it. I commend you on your courage and willingness to challenge yourself, Vagrus, says Xandros in a calm, soothing tone. Not many comprehend Master Zibolosh or indeed can decipher what he intended with his magnum opus, but now you hold it in your hands. I wish you luck. His warning is not unfounded, as a guide to meaning and method, turns out to be one of the strangest, most convoluted texts you have ever read. It is a part philosophical discourse, part analysis of symbolism in others' writings, and part illustrated collection of weird tales written by the master. The criticism is often carelessly articulated, while the philosophy seems to revolve around the vague idea of going for it, an odd version of carpe diem that Zibolosh argues rewards the bold and the creative. The stories he wrote are even stranger. One called Zarchuko the Schemer tells the tale of a dark elf youngster who battles a demonic entity that locks him out of his destiny. The other stories are no less odd, where they intended to teach something. If so, the lessons remain a mystery. The illustrations border on the otherworldly and speak volumes of Zibolosh's talent, however. Though the master did not live long enough to see his work published, his followers succeeded in that due to persistence stemming from sheer love and dedication for their tutor. The foreword written by them, on the other hand, alludes to Zibolosh losing much of his mental faculties after an unfortunate arcane ritual performed under the influence of drugs that spawned demonic entities, which practically questions the integrity of the whole book as well as that of the author's mind. Or is all of that an elaborate joke, or is it? It is very difficult to tell. A weirdly wonderful ride nonetheless. Okay. Did that even do anything? I don't feel like that actually updated anything. Valenthesil. Valenestil. The Bronze Desert. Where's the Bronze Desert? Which one is that? Because this is the Crimson Desert. Plain of Bone. This is the Bronze Desert. We're talking about something here. But it didn't show up on the map, so it's gotta be here, because it said something about it being buried, right? All right. Fish around for rumors. What? I thought it said 2 to 4, but they didn't get that. Well, hopefully my slaves don't revolt. I did whip them, but it didn't increase it for some reason. But they should chill out. Something might happen, but they'll settle down. Anyway, I think we'll stop there for today. Well, not for today, for now. And, unless I change my mind, maybe we aim for a Vicky 3 stream for tonight. And we'll see how that goes. I don't really know what to expect out of the game too much, but yeah, I wanna see the mechanics of it, because I know it's different from Crusader Kings. But yeah, until next time, have a good day. Thanks for hanging, and yeah, I forgot what I usually say.